Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Is this still too loud? Maybe. There we go. That looks like it might be better now. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Hello. Hi. Okay. Who is it? Wait. Let me say hello to everybody. Wait. Hi. Hello. Hi, Potter. Hello, M0. Good evening. Good evening indeed to you too. Hello, Peaceful Rebel Claudius. Hello, Meowdy. That Red Panda, hello. Said Victor, hello. Yoravko, hello. Flatchlands Incarnate, hi. Just Jane, hello. Glacial Indifference, hi. Crystallic, hi, Alalum. I'm sorry, I always stumble over your name. Alalum, we got there. Hello, Alex is fine. Hello. Wait, what? Wait. What? Peaceful Rebel Claudius, how did you redeem that twice? Oh wait, no, that's a hydrate. Oh, okay, that's a hydrate. I was so confused. Because there was like 2 Meowdies and then 2 redeems right next to each other, and I was like, did you check in twice? How? You did not. You just said Meowdy twice. And also hydrate. I've got my water. I will hydrate. Yes. Hello, Factions Incarnate. Hello, Savitar. Hello. Kite Kiss. Hello. Welcome. Hi, everybody. How you doing? How are we all doing today? How is everybody? How are we all feeling today? I'm feeling freakishly tired. I'm so tired today. I don't know why. I woke up and I was like, today I merely exist. And then all I've done basically today is just read a book and make some soup. And that's basically been my whole day. I've done an impressively little amount of things today. So yes. So I thought, okay, how about I stream? Because then I can go to bed feeling like at least I've done something. Who knows? Good old confusion to start the stream. Exactly. I'm horribly confused. I don't know where I am. I will now hydrate. Harder.
Happy Saturday.
Hello, hi, Jacka. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. It's been 2 months already. Oh my goodness. Hello, happy Saturday to you too. And hello, Tresdira. Hi. Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much for the sub, Chaka. I really appreciate it. Thank you for extending your research contract. Very good. Breaking Twitch rules while breaking physics. 0pi. Meow. Please do not break the Twitch TOS. This is not an ideal thing to do, you know. This may lead to bad outcomes, which we do not enjoy, like getting banned. I also am extremely tired, but I know why. I have a lot of work to do right now. Oh, I feel that. I have such a big backlog, actually. I think that maybe that's partly why I was tired, because this week I've been running around a lot, to be honest. I've been doing many things. I have been going places and doing things. And life is low-key kind of tiring. Am I right? I had to travel somewhere multiple times this week, and I was just like, ugh. On the bright side, it means that I finally acquired my marketable Vedal plushie, so this was very good. I acquired my very flat Vedal plushie, but aside from that, I'm just also I've been running around. I've been having to do so many things. So yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Do break the laws of physics, because that's hilarious. It's so true. This is very true. Please do break the laws of physics. This is that nothing bad could possibly happen if you break the laws of physics. It's true. So I'm here and working on college applications while watching the stream. Yeah, good luck. You can do it. That was so stressful. I remember every time that I applied for all of my degrees, every time I was like, this is the most stressful and disturbing thing ever. I do not like this. And then maybe you get an offer, maybe you don't. Regardless, Eventually, you may feel like it is all worth it. Wait. Yo, Avco, thank you so much for the resub. Oh my goodness. It's 10 months already. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I'm so tired. You know what? I've had 3 cups of tea today and it's done nothing for me. It's done nothing for me. Hello, Spectral Anomaly. Hi. Hello. Hello, Goro. Hello. Hi, Kyonko. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. And hello, Kyoko. Who? Oh dear. Okay, that's gonna be confusing. Welcome in. Welcome. Makes a second account, takes attendance again. That would make me angry. Don't do that. Because I need to have an accurate list of who's in the lab for health and safety protocols, because otherwise OSHA or the equivalent will crack down upon my lab and then we'll have problems. We won't be able to do our research anymore. Can you imagine? This would be so sad. Hi Saludari, hi. What about the tuition fees? Tuition fees for what? For college in general? They are unfortunate. And the scholarships. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh. Applying for scholarships was also a pain. I remember. I didn't even, throughout my whole undergrad, I was like eligible for a scholarship and I didn't know. So I didn't it was meant to be automatically given to you and I was eligible for it, but there was like an admin mess up. And then they never gave me it until the last year when I like contacted the scholarships people and I was like, am I meant to have this scholarship? And they were like, yes. Oops. They didn't backdate it though, which was kind of rude. They did not backdate it. Could have given me more money, but they chose not to. I think that's extremely rude. Me doing uni, I am upset. I am stressed. Why am I doing this? Yeah. Uni does feel like that for a while until you get a good grade. Yeah. No, uni does feel like that. It's one of those weird things. I've had this conversation recently, actually. I was speaking to I can't remember if they're like just started or if they're like second year PhD student, but I was talking to them and like we were kind of like this person was like, I keep hearing people saying that they like, I'm really stressed and are struggling and hate their PhD. And I was like, yeah. I felt like that too. But it's a weird thing because it's like, it's horrible when you're doing it, but it's also kind of weirdly enjoyable in the sense that like, I think there's enough steps along the way that it kind of feels rewarding, you know? Like if you just like, if you get yourself too bogged down in the big picture and just think of nothing except I have not done anything useful until I have written the thesis, then that can be a bit overwhelming. But if you try and look at it in a bit more of like a, you know, like a step-by-step fashion and you pay attention and celebrate when you get those little milestones, like getting ethics approval for your next study or something like that, or like you finish data collection and then you finish analysis and then you've written like a section of a chapter, like those kinds of things. If you properly celebrate those things and pay attention to the progress you're making on them and see the little things as well as the big thing, like the big overall picture, then it can be a bit better. Also, Emil, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Sorry, I was yapping and I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Grad school applications were rough, especially the interviews, because as a scrupulously honest, crazy person, I don't interview well. That's a mood. I had one interview though. I mean, most of my applications, I didn't even get an interview. The one interview that I did get, I did apparently interview well. I don't know if I interviewed well or if I was the only person that still wanted to do the PhD, because like, this was this was during a lockdown period. I started during a lockdown period, so loads of people like applied and then pulled out. In a way, I think I kind of had it easier like that, but then the actual doing it itself was probably harder in some ways. Yeah. So hi, Okness and Luna. Hi. Welcome. And Fortress Spy and Kami. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for the lab safety roasted check-ins. I hope you're good. And hi, Retro Warrior. Hello, Jebed. Hi. Hello. I started uni too. Let's go. Postgrad tuition fees are even worse in the UK. Yeah, they're not great, to be honest. I don't know. I've heard that like going to a I've heard that postgrad, so like that's grad school for Americans. I've heard that like postgrad is more expensive in the US actually because like the tuition fees are one thing, but then like there's the cost of living and stuff like that as well. If you, also think it's a lot rarer to like not have funding of some sorts. Like at least in the UK, if you're like from the UK and you stay in the UK for your postgrad studies, you can normally at least get a loan. Normally you could also get scholarships on top of it. But the loan is like it's kind of a weird one, to be honest. Like it's basically a loan that gets taken off of your, how can I describe it? It's like, I guess it's kind of like a tax in a way, but it's like a tax that you have to pay back. And if you don't keep on top of it, it can spiral quite badly. So yeah. Yeah, it varies. Also, Dog Rick, hi! Thank you so much for the resub. Oh my goodness. Happy anniversary. Yeah. It's been 3 months already as well. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, extending the lab contract. Excellent. We still haven't done the research. Maybe it may, like, it's getting out of hand, you know? Should probably do that at some point. Keep thinking of my graduation in 5 years and it'll be worth it. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even get a graduation. One of my graduations, so my bachelor's graduation, I was like ready to go to it, and then just like certain circumstances meant that I couldn't. My master's one got cancelled because of the pandemic. So my doctorate one will be my first one. I don't think it's meant to go like that. Oh well, it's fine. My year had an EU fund for that specialty. My living and some of the food was paid from the fund. Yeah. Kind of like Erasmus or something like that. Yeah. Stuff like that's really, really good. If you can make the most of it, you should do that. You kind of stumbled upon AI ethics naturally. The AI boom was fun. Oh yeah. AI ethics seems like a pretty interesting area. I know a few people that work in it, including like a few like either colleagues or former colleagues, and it seems like a really interesting area, but also I find it stressful. I'm not gonna lie. Not like the topics. I find the topics really interesting, but like there's a whole ecosystem around AI ethics that I find a little bit stressful just because it's like very pressurized, I think. At least from what I've seen. Lots of people are like, we need to literally do everything that we can right now, otherwise we're gonna die. And then other people are like, we need to do everything that we can right now because otherwise society will never progress and we will be stuck in our current level of existence forever and everything will get worse. And that kind of like puts me off a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Oh dear. Extremely glad that we have free school here, meaning my only debt is from living costs. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I have a lot of debt, I'm not gonna lie. My debt isn't quite 6 figures yet, but it's getting dangerously close to it. Basically, like I'm always gonna be paying it. Like there's no way to ever pay it off. I think if I remember correctly, I think my undergrad one gets written off after like 40 years, but I don't know about the master's one. I have a horrible feeling it doesn't. Yeah. Why do you not use your other model, by the way? It's not that I don't like this one. Yeah, I can't use it at the minute. I can't use my my newer model. I can't use it at the minute because I'm in temporary accommodation and the Wi-Fi that I'm on, I don't entirely trust it. So in order to make vBridger work, which is like how I would do the face tracking for the other model, like it requires vBridger, And in order to do that, I basically have to make all of my devices available on the network, and I don't really want to do it because I don't trust the network. So that's the reason why. When I'm somewhere more permanent again, we'll go back to using that one more often. And also having better tracking on this one because, you know, the tracking at the minute with this is not the worst, but it's not the best. So, yeah. Hello, Alex. Hi. Hello, Luke. Hi. And hello, Pixel Seagull. Hi. Welcome. Hello. What did we conclude from the neuro paper? We didn't conclude anything. I didn't finish it. What were you expecting? We're going to finish it tomorrow. I'm going to try and be like less tired tomorrow. I'm going to sleep a lot and I'll have some coffee and we will finish it. I might go live a little bit earlier than I normally do on Sundays because I actually do want to finish it in one go. And if it takes a whole, like, you know, 6-hour stream, then it takes a whole 6-hour stream, you know. I want to get through it though. Yeah. So hi Maylin, hi Maylin. And also Kyoko, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're ready to participate in some research. Not that we're doing any, but maybe one day. Oh my gosh, I just realized we're like one follower away from 3.4. That's wild. I should update. I think I forgot to update my goal from 3.333. I did. Okay. Let's start a new goal. Let's do that. What should the new goal be? I think it should be. What's a good number? I'm thinking 4444. That is a pretty good number, actually. That is a pretty good number. You know what? Yeah. 5 million? I think that's a bit excessive. I think that's a bit excessive. Also, hi. Wait. Do you want me to?
Just Jane gifted a tier 1 sub to Kayukoft. They have given 77 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Kyoko. I knew I was gonna do that. Not Kyonko, who is also cool. Kyoko. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Jane. But yes, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Okay. Right. 5 million. I was going to ask, do you want me to call you Stargazer or do you want me to call you by your Twitter handle? Tell me which one you prefer. That's what I was going to ask. Let's see. Next karaoke stream went? Not anytime soon. Actually, maybe. I don't know. So the thing is, okay, the other thing is that I only have one screen at the minute. So I can't, like, play games and watch, like, the chat at the same time right now. So, unironically, karaoke streams are actually one of the only things I can do. So maybe. I mean, if you enjoy them, I'll do it. I feel like they're pretty bad. I feel like they're a mess. I'll do them if you want them. DX Nomad, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, there we go. Done. I've done the thing. I've done the thing. Did it work? There we go. Yes. Hooray! I remembered to do the thing. Yippee! I'm over you singing the Pikmin song more. Good lord. Oh no. People have just called me Star. Okay, I'll do that. I'll call you Star as well. Hi D3 Volts. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. How are you? Wait, did I ask how you're all doing? I think I just might have turned up and complained about being tired, and then some of you said same. Did I ask how you're all doing today? I don't know if I did. Also, today, let me tell you what we're actually going to be doing today, now that I've yapped for half an hour, apparently. Today, we're going to be answering psychology questions. Yes, yes. We're going to be answering psychology questions. How very exciting. So, I have a form. Where people have submitted psychology questions. And I have lost it. There it is. I found it again. I've got a form where I've got psychology questions on there. It's got 62 responses, and we're on 22 out of 62. So this kind of feels like how I'm always behind on chat. It's very similar. I'm also behind on my Q&A form. So we're going to get through some of those Q&A questions. But if you want to add your question, you can add it. There's like a link to the Google form in the pinned message thingy. My form is GDPR compliant. It does not save any of your data apart from what you enter into it. So, yes. I promise I'm following GDPR. Don't report me to the Information Commissioner's Office or whatever the equivalent is in the Republic. Oh gosh. Okay. Right. 50 students, 1 assistant, and 1 professor. Chaos time. Please don't start fighting each other in the classroom. This is not ideal. This is not ideal. I'm all for you singing the Pikmin song more. It's genuinely good. Why? Why? I'm so confused. I'm alright. My cousin's alright as well. I'm glad to hear it. And your cousin wants to be called Fluffytron. Noted. This is very most ungood. I see here you may be violating the GDPR. I'm not violating the GDPR. I'm GDPR compliant, actually. Oh gosh. Also, hi, Nice Space. Hi. Yes, finally a GDPR compliant stream. Not only are we compliant with GDPR, we are also compliant with the British Psychological Society's Code of Research Ethics. Okay? This stream complies with GDPR, data protection legislation, and the British Psychological Society's Code of Research Ethics. Oh, goodness gracious. Also, hi, Vizzy. Hi. I got a curious question to pose. If you haven't already, put it in the form. Instructions unclear. I have begun biting myself in the break room. No! No! I love that because those weren't written with streams in mind, so surely it's not too hard. I actually wonder, now I kind of want to go through them again because I've not been through them in maybe 2 years now. And I feel like I should go through those guidelines again in order to refresh myself, you know? So maybe it would actually be pretty good to put that into a presentation and then to deliver it upon stream. This could be useful for both of us. When I say both of us, I mean me, because I will remember it better because I've put it into a presentation. And still also me, because all of you will be a captive audience as I then recite it and remember it better. Are your streams as citable as a source? Everything's citable as a source, technically. Doesn't mean it's a good source. But I mean, my VODs appear, my VODs and my videos appear on Altmetrics, which is quite funny. I don't know if anyone even knows what Altmetrics is. I don't know how can I show this? How can I show this actually? Hang on, let me find this. What's a paper that I've there was that Sulik and colleagues. And it was about metascience. Yes, this one. And then it was and it was Nature, human behavior, differences in psychologist cognitive traits are associated with scientific divides. That was the one, I do believe. Metrics. Let me show you this. This is quite funny. View more on alt metric. Okay. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna show you something because I think this is really funny. Okay. So. How can I? Oh, I have to go to my other room. I have to go to my other room. Let's go to the. Where do we? Wait. Where do I put this again? I've forgotten. Is it here? I don't remember. I don't remember. Where did I put this? This one. There we go. This one. Yes. No. What? Hello? Ah, there we go. This one. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Why? Huh? That's not what I was going to show you, but okay. Why is it showing that window? Oh, it's because I've opened this in the wrong thing. I'm silly. Okay. Well, anyway, look at this. This is my first ever tweet that's got more than 1,000 likes on it, and it was this of all things. Let me move out of the way. Why was this the first tweet I've ever... Why are you all so big? Huh? Okay. We're just gonna... Okay. This was the first tweet I've ever done that got more than 1,000 likes. Why did it have to be this one? Look at that. Why? None of my, like, you know, borderline interesting or educational tweets. No, it had to be this one. It had to be this one. Right. Let me try this again. It's a shame that for engagement as a VTuber, you still need to use Elon's Hell site rather than be on Blue Sky or something else. Yeah, this is the thing. I did try to swap to Blue Sky, but then I was literally getting like three people engaging with my post in any way whatsoever. So I just gave up and went back to Twitter. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is, you know. Like, it does have one of the better algorithms in terms of boosting, as long as you're willing to pay money for it. But I'm not super happy with it, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I've been on Twitter for so long as well. That's the other thing. I've been on Twitter since I was like 13. So yeah. It's too late for me. I've been on that site for like over 15 years. I don't know what that says about me as a person. I'm not sure if I like it. It's necessary for networking. Yeah, exactly. It is, to be honest, because like a lot of other VTubers will only they'll only see what you're doing if you put it on there. And likewise, it's one of the main ways that I like DM people as well to start off with. We always eventually move to Discord, but one of the first ways that I will ever like talk to somebody is normally through Twitter. So yeah, that's just how it is. Also, hi Astral, hello Circuit, and hello Antisocial Vigilante. Welcome. And thank you for the hydrates as well. I didn't hydrate earlier also. My posture is very good, but I will hydrate. Hi Zerkia, hello. I don't think Twitter would have existed when I was 13. Okay, yeah, Twitter was minus 10 years old when I was 13, yeah. I am exactly the age where my prefrontal cortex was developed just enough that I could go on these sites, but also not developed enough that it's probably affected my development. So, yeah. I had a negative view of Twitter since my supervisor would be on Twitter all the time at work, and if I ever needed them to do their job, it was like pulling teeth. Oh, I can imagine. Hi Brothbo, hi. How psyched that it is, it's still the town square. Yeah, it is still pretty good for finding out stuff, to be honest. Like, I can't deny it. Okay, so basically I've like really tailored my feed. So I don't see things that are unpleasant, basically. I literally just see nothing that is unpleasant because I've got so many words and accounts muted. Yeah. So probably my experience of Twitter is very different from some other people. But I find the algorithm actually pretty good. Apart from at the minute, for some reason, it's showing me loads of really random stuff right now. Like it started showing me loads of Disney stuff, and it's like I haven't seen a Disney film in like at least 5 years, if not 10. I genuinely don't know what was the last Disney film I saw. I don't know why you're showing me this. I don't understand. But then it always goes back to VTubers after like a day. It would just have a day where it's just like, today I'm showing you nothing but Disney. And I'm like, huh? And then it goes back to VTubers and I'm like, huh? What? Strange website. My For You is cosplayers and Gunpla. That sounds pretty good. I wasn't sentient when Twitter came out. Stop it, Astral. Stop it. Also, thank you for the live safety retro check-in, Retro Warrior. Thank you. Okay, right. I was gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this now. Okay. Prove you're sentient right now. I can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not. Hi, Cleaver. Hi. I wanted to thank you for stopping reading the paper after I went to bed last time. I can tell this was definitely intentional and not a 0 words per minute moment. Yes, it was definitely not me, reading the introduction and then skimming through the rest of the paper a bit and then going, this is actually quite in-depth and I want to read it in a bit more detail and need more time than 3 hours, and deciding to finish it on tomorrow. Okay, this is what I was going to show you. So, this is my, well, maybe it's my Firefox window, but why is there like a gap at the bottom? That's annoying me. There we go. Okay. Is this centered? It must be centered, otherwise it will upset me. Yes, there we go. Okay. So this is Nature Human Behavior. It's a Springer Nature journal where they published this paper that we reviewed on stream once. Yes, this is one that we read on stream a little while ago. It was indeed. I had mixed feelings about this one. I thought that I liked the idea behind it. I didn't necessarily like all of the ways that they did the methodology, but it was a good first start at something, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's a cool thing to potentially build on. Yes. But I would have done a bunch of measures in a very, very different way. That was the TLDR summary of how I felt about this paper, but that's irrelevant. What I'm going to show you right now is something quite cool. So on Nature articles and then a few others as well, I think Frontiers might have it. I think Plus One might have it. There will be a metrics section where you can go and look at how many people have been reading the article in question. Yes. Look, it's had many accesses and 1 citation. That's fair. It only came out not that long ago, actually. I think it came out like a couple months ago. So that's fair enough. Not many citations yet. It may change. But a lot of places now also do alt metrics, which is they are looking at how the article is being discussed across social media and blogs and stuff like that. So it's kind of meant to capture, like, okay, is your research having an impact on society beyond just other academics? Because the citations tells you how many other people are like citing your work in their work, so that tells you a little bit about academic impact. But yeah, this tells you about kind of more broader impact. And then if you go on the Altmetrics website, it gives you more detailed breakdown, which is super cool and interesting. But something hilarious is that if you go on to here, that's me. For some reason, I am listed as a source on Altmetrics. So every time that I put in a DOI onto like a VOD or a YouTube upload, then yeah, it gets listed on Altmetrics. I haven't worked out how I feel about this. I haven't worked out how I feel about this. Also, hello to Almost, hi, and Christelic. Thank you for the lab safety register check-ins. Thank you. Yeah, it's this is a thing. You spread science, so fair enough. I'm not sure if I do. That's the thing. Like, out of these 3 VODs, how much of the time in these VODs were we actually reading the paper? Let's be honest. It was probably like at the most 25% of the VOD. But I think this is kind of funny. I'm not opposed to it. I think it's kind of funny. Scientifically approved VTuber is exactly what I want to see from this environment. Heck yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool because if I remember correctly, I think when they're adding a source on altmetrics, they do actually like vet your channel and see if you are actually, basically they check that you're not spreading misinformation. Like, so that means that probably in order to add me, I have a horrible feeling that someone at altmetrics had to sit there and look through some of my content. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's like when my work discovered my YouTube channel and now I live in fear that all of them have heard me singing the Pikmin song, you know? It's like the same thing. It's the same thing. The slower you read the paper, the more VODs will be there. It's so true. You spread it very slowly. It's true. I will accept that. I will accept that. It's pretty cool that you found a unique way to get people engaged in research. I mean, it's fun, right? I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of the time the way that I choose papers that I read on stream is like, A, is it interesting in the sense of like, I'm interested in this, I want to read this. B, is there a chance other people might be interested in it? And C, is it open license? And then that's literally it. Most of the papers that I read on stream, I actually go into it completely like blind. Genuinely, I don't know what to expect from the paper, which is why we've had instances of like, sometimes I love the paper, sometimes I'm like, okay, I have some criticisms of it. And then there was like that one Wednesday Addams preprint where I'm just like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Yeah, but like I think it's more fun that way, you know, is to kind of explore it together. I don't know. There's got to be a psych professor getting this sent to them, extremely confused that a cartoon character is explaining a paper. I mean, maybe. I live in fear. I live in fear. This could well happen. Oh dear. The answer to how much of those streams is yap is 3 hours 45. Thank you, Astral. Oh, minimum. Oh no. Last paper stream, one of the authors emailed me with responses to things I said in the stream. One day, you too, if not already. Oh no. It's never happened yet. It's not happened yet, but I do fear it will happen at some point. I can't avoid it forever. Anyway, this is, let me put this away. And let me go back to my office. Let's go back to the office. Yes. Oh dear. Okay. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm doing this. Putting this away. Yes. Okay. I know what I'm doing, I swear. Hi Archer, hi. Hello. How are you doing? And also hi Panda Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Someone needs to send Si's work office a still singing box that doesn't stop playing her rendition of the Pikmin song until you pry it open. Please no. Please don't do that. That's like my worst nightmare. Oh no. Fun fact, Si, when I forwarded your information to my friend, they were worried about their ADHD getting in the way, and I just said you'd fit right in and mentioned the page per minute metric chat when you made Oh, it's true. It's true. Oh, duh. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. So the other thing that happened, the swarm have really like been approaching rapidly recently. They make me nervous sometimes, but also I appreciate it. The VOD of the last stream where we started reading that neuro preprint, Okay, I want to put this into context by saying most of the VODs, like most of the videos on my VOD channel get between like 30 to 150 views, okay? Like that it's not many. It's not many. Like a good performing VOD on that channel is like 125 because basically it's just people watch it if they've missed the stream and they want to catch up, right? That VOD upload got 2.8 thousand views. And loads of people were commenting on it being like, please just get to the point. They were like, please, can you just actually like read the paper? Some of them were like, this is fine actually. Some of them were like, this is, you know, I enjoy the kind of vibe. I'm gonna come check out the stream too. I was like, thank you. But yeah, some of them were like, this is very, very all over the place, which is fair enough. So I think what I'm gonna do, the week get filtered. So I think what I'm gonna do is, I think we will read the paper tomorrow. And then I think maybe I will upload a video on the main channel where I summarize it. I think that's the plan. Yes, yes. Would be a good one to maybe cut down to a video. Yeah, see, this is the thing though, is that we do so much yapping that it's actually really, really difficult to do that with the paper reading streams. I know that from experience. I know that from experience. I've tried to edit down those VODs before and it's always kind of painful to do. Especially because like, I think a big part of those streams is like people asking questions and then we kind of go down rabbit holes that are relevant to the paper in a kind of tangential way. But like that doesn't necessarily translate very well into a video. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to finish it on stream tomorrow and then I will write and record like a pre-recorded video that summarizes it. Yeah, I think that's the plan. You'll get to the point eventually. Hi, Dania. Hi. People watching a stream VOD but expecting structured content is a wild contradiction. I think it was just because the algorithm just randomly like was showing it to people and they weren't maybe expecting it to be a VOD. Even though the channel says Psydere VODs, it does say that, to be fair. But, you know, people don't read. So, yeah. I can see how it might be frustrating if you go into it expecting one thing and then you get something very, very different out of it. But, you know, if I make a video, then I'll give the people what they want. What time are you planning on streaming tomorrow is a good question. I don't know. I don't know, because I'm kind of just taking the approach of like just streaming whenever I feel like it at the minute. I'm thinking maybe as early as midday UK and Ireland time. Probably more likely would be the afternoon, so like between 2 and 4. But I can't like commit to a specific time, to be honest, because I'm kind of just taking life as it goes at the minute, you know? I'm just kind of rolling out of bed and being like, do I feel like streaming now? Or do I feel like streaming in a few hours? Or do I feel like streaming later? Maybe hire someone to do it. You know, normally I would, but I'm not really in a position where I can do that right now. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've never hired anyone to edit my videos before. I do have someone, like, I have somebody, like, who I've spoken to about it and, like, who I know I want to edit my stuff for me at some point. But yeah, I just haven't been able to do it yet. So it's fine. Maybe in the next... No, definitely. I'm planning for this to be a thing that I make happen at some point in the next few months. But yeah, things are a bit... I've got other priorities at the minute. Some point between midnight and midnight, exactly. Psydere's existence is an infinite cycle between yapping and regretting yapping when she edits. Genuinely, actually. But I haven't even edited anything. Apart from stuff for work, I haven't edited anything in a really long time because of the the setup that I'm working on right now, like in order to edit, you need like a good desk setup because it's quite intensive. And I just don't have that right now, so I haven't edited anything. But I will force myself to do it. If I can do like a structured video that's like not scripted necessarily, but I've got set points that I want to hit, kind of like that one time that I did that video about competition, then I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Because that one wasn't too hard to edit. Like, if I think back to it, it wasn't too hard to edit. Yeah. Likely won't have to choose between the paper or the Z return. No, I don't think you will. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that I'm just going to double check. But I feel like Z's return stream might be at like really, really late our time. Let me just quickly check. Oh, wait, the time on it's changed. It's 6 p.m. now. Okay. Okay, I'll do it earlier then. I'll do it earlier. Because I don't want to clash with that. Because it's in the calendar. Like, we have a shared calendar. There's like a... Fun fact, there's a shared V-Theorem calendar that I obviously still have access to. Because I don't want to overlap with anyone's event streams as well. Okay, in that case, I think I'll probably start as early as I can. I'll probably start at like 12 or 1 UK time. Yes. Yes, because I don't want to clash with her. And I also want to, if possible, I want to cross-platform raid into her, so. I am drinking. I am drinking. Hello, Grimson. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. And also, hi, Jeb. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. And hi, Seon. And hi, Racco. Hello, hello. Hi, 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 hi. How you doing? Hope you're good. Doing okay? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Start as early as I can. Immediately restarts the stream upon finishing. Oh, gosh. I don't have a command so that I can shout out Z, which is a bit annoying. Wait, let me go on here. Does this work? If I go on here, can I get a link quickly like this? I can. I'm a genius. Check me out. If you haven't already, you should go subscribe to Z on YouTube. There she is. There's her link. She is a physics VTuber. She does physics. So if you like physics, educational content, go subscribe to her on YouTube. On youtube.com. Yes, yes. Hello DP. Hi. Welcome, welcome. She does have a Twitch too. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting she has Twitch as well. I thought you meant physics like the way Fillion does it. No, I mean actual educational physics content. She does a good job of it as well. Physics and export control. Yes, export control. I always forget about the export control, but I do. It is a thing. It is a thing. Don't think she's streamed on it yet, so in the future. Yeah, I think she might be planning maybe at some point on trying out Twitch, but right now she's primarily on YouTube. Yes, yes. Okay, right. I'm going to bring up your questions. If I do this. Wait, what's happening? Where is me questions? Where are they? Where's my questions? There they are. Okay, found them. I found them. Didn't you have a QR code for the stream? I did, but I've lost it. I've lost my QR code. I don't know where I put it. And I can't be bothered to try and find it. So we're just going to go through the questions as they are, okay? We're just going to make do with what we've got. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, right. So. This, there we go. Question. Let me bring it up here. Let me do this. There you go. Ah, look at that. I've got a question up here. Got a question. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I know. Yeah. So. When I forget how to talk, I just repeat the same word over and over and hope nobody notices. Okay. So, pretty font, thank you. It's called wait, what's it called? It's called Bobby something. It's called... I've been living in Ireland too long because my brain defaulted to Bobby Sands and it's definitely not called that. Bobby Jones, there we go. It's called Bobby Jones Soft Regular. That's the name of the font. It's a good font. I have a brand kit that I made for myself. I have a brand kit. And this is one of the fonts. The other font is Railway, which is one of my favorite Google fonts. Yes. Those are my two brand guidelines specific fonts. We can talk about the superchiasmic nucleus on this topic. I mean, you probably know more about that than I do, Flatulence Incarnate. You probably know more about that than I do. So I saw this question. This question's from Schnapak, okay? So this question's from Schnapak. Are some people just morning people / night owls, or is that a myth? Is there a condition for that or something? So I'm gonna put on a big caveat on this. I am not a circadian rhythms. I was gonna say VTuber. I'm not a circadian rhythms VTuber. Okay. I'm not like a circadian rhythm specialist. I'm not a sleep psychologist. This is not my area of expertise. Okay. So you can basically assume that I've got undergraduate level psychology knowledge on this specific topic. My understanding is that there is a fair amount of natural variance in terms of people's circadian rhythms. Also, I should say what a circadian rhythm is. That would help, wouldn't it? That would help. Circadian rhythm is basically just the pattern that your body likes to sleep at. It's a bunch of other stuff too. It's a bit more complicated than that. But for the purpose of this question, it is just... let's find the actual definition. Basically, you've got a whole bunch of biological processes that kind of go through a cycle, approximately 24 hours. So I guess the kind of I guess it's like your body clock, for lack of a better word. Like when people talk about their body clock, that's normally what they're thinking. And sleep is one of the things on it. If I remember correctly, there's a few other things, but I don't remember what off the top of my head that are affected by it. Yeah. But basically, let me find the actual definition first of all. Let me find an actual definition of a circadian rhythm. Okay. Circadian rhythm or circadian cycle is a natural oscillation that repeats roughly every 24 hours. It can refer to processes that originate within an organism, which they are called endogenous rhythms. And it's also ones that respond to the environment, so entrained by the environment. Yes. So when a sleep cycle is basically, well, not a sleep cycle, but the pattern at which you are awake and asleep is an example of a circadian rhythm. It can be partially endogenous, from my understanding, and partially... My brain is also filling with exogenous, but this does not... The definition I've just read doesn't say that, but I'm pretty sure exogenous is the right word. I might be wrong. But yes, there's a lot of natural variation in it, and it does mean that you can't typologies in general don't work. Okay, typologies in general don't work. So you can't necessarily classify one person as a morning person and another person as a night person, or one person as a whatever it's called, a morning lark or whatever, and another person as a night owl. Typologies in general, when it comes to people, bad, not good. Too much variation. Don't do that. Don't classify people based on things. It doesn't work. I can and will watch me. That's threatening. But yeah, it's as many things in psychology. It's a spectrum. It's probably a normal distribution. Some people like to go to sleep earlier. Some people like to go to sleep later. For some people, that's partially based on their hormones, and for other people, it's just partially based on their environment. Partially. Both. It's both for everybody. For some people, it's more their hormones. For other people, it's more their environment. There we go. Like, for example, if you're waking up really, really early for your job, you have to do a long commute. You have to wake up at like, I don't know, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. for your job every single day. After 10 years, your body will adapt to it. And that's normal. That happens. Yeah, that happens. But for other people, there might be various reasons as to why there's a bit more of a stronger endogenous influence. So, for example, if you're on certain medications, it can make your circadian rhythms be more based on your biology/biological response to the medication you're on. Yeah. Yes, variation is the norm. Exactly. Variation is very much the norm. It's like how people say, like, oh, you need 8 hours of sleep a night, you know? Not everybody needs 8 hours of sleep a night. And even people that do need 8 hours of sleep, sometimes they don't and sometimes they do. Like, 8 hours is the average that most people get. Like 7.5, 8 is the average. Some people are completely fine on 6 hours. Some people need 10 every night. I'm more on like the lower end, right? I've not even been setting alarms recently, okay? I've just been letting myself go to bed and wake up whenever I want, basically. And I've been falling asleep at 2 a.m. and waking up at like 7:30, which by my maths, I believe that's about 6 hours. And like, that's just how much I naturally sleep. And then some days I'm more tired and I will get up to 8 hours. But like, to me, that kind of suggests that I'm on the lower end of the distribution, right? I need a bit less sleep than other people. Whereas like other people, they need like 10 hours. And if they don't get 10 hours, they can't function. So yeah. We're always such a lovely font. Thank you for the recommendation. You're welcome. It's a good font. I do like it. Also, hi, Chocolate Mints. Hi. Okay, so the suprachiasmatic nucleus is a part of the eye that regulates sleep based on the amount of light. Some people who are blind still have a functional suprachiasmatic nucleus, so light still regulates their sleep schedules. That's so interesting. I remember the suprachiasmatic nucleus now. I remember. Yes. And I do believe that like there's some species of lizards where their cells for the suprachiasmatic nucleus are like on the top of their head instead of in their eyes. I think I remember this. Yes. Lack of sleep is very miserable. Yes. Please make sure that you get as much sleep as you need. Do a few experiments, work out like what is your optimal amount of sleep, and then get it. Because honestly, like, it's so important. It's so important to do that. Like, lack of sleep, not good. Not good at all. Sleep, the ECS, and several energy processing and regulation pathways interact with circadian rhythm. Interesting. Don't do that ultra work ethic thing where you don't sleep enough. Yeah, it's not good to do that. It's not good. Long-term sleep deprivation can have some pretty significant effects on your health. So please do not do this. Please do not do this. I need either exactly 6 hours and something important to wake up to, or more than 9, I feel like, and those 9 hours being 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. if possible. Yeah, and this is the other thing, right? People do have natural variations in like when they sleep. So I am also a slightly, I don't know if night owl is the right word, but like I prefer to go to bed later, and like my natural like when I start to get tired is normally after midnight. Like between midnight and 3 a.m. That's basically when I normally get tired. If I stay up longer than that and I like stay up until past 3 a.m., then suddenly I get second wind and I cannot be stopped. And then I suddenly crash at around like 6 a.m. and then I sleep. But I prefer not to do that because I don't want to be nocturnal. So yeah, I've been trying to sleep at 2 a.m. and then waking up between 8 and 10 a.m. depending on whether I have any early morning meetings and how much sleep I need. But yeah, other people like do really, really well if they wake up really early. It's not me. But they do exist. I think I sleep about 5 hours because if I don't have an alarm, I wake up after 5.5 hours. And when I was younger, I tried to sleep for 8 hours because I thought I had to, and having less sleep has been such a good change. Yeah. I think that's like exactly like the kind of indication of what I'm talking about, right? Like, yeah, people have a lot of variation, and that's normal, and that's okay. The only time that it's a problem is if it's affecting your life. Like, if you need more sleep than that, and you're not getting it, and it's making you ill, or it's making you stressed, or it's like affecting your ability to go about your life, that's not great. Please talk to a doctor. But yeah, some people just need less. Did you mean the Jacobson's organ on some snake and lizard heads that are light sensing? That's probably the thing that I was thinking about. Yes. Yes, they're a light detecting organ on the top of their head that links to their suprachiasmatic nucleus. Jacobson's organ. Oh, now I'm going to go on a Wikipedia rabbit hole. Let's go find out about it. Jacobson's organ. But I don't know if it's involved in circadian rhythms or not. Sensory neurons on the top of their head. Oh, wait, no, that's a... No, wait. This says that that's a smelling organ. This is not the thing that I'm thinking of, actually. I don't know the name of the thing that I'm thinking of. I hope I haven't just made this up. I must know now. Wait. I remember reading about this in a book. Parietal eye. That's what I was talking about. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The parietal eye is a part of the epithalamus in some vertebrates. The eye is on the top of the head. It's photoreceptive, and it's associated with the pineal gland, which regulates circadian rhythmicity. There we go. Rhythmicity and hormone production for thermoregulation. There you go. This is what I was talking about. I'm a bad lizard, shaking my head. SMH. This one. I don't remember the context in which I was reading about this. Did dinosaurs have it? I was like a dinosaur kid. I was a dinosaur kid when I was younger. It might be that. I have no idea. But yes, interesting. Also, hi Glennie, hi, welcome. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Isn't the average required hours of sleep 7 hours? It's between 7 and 8. There's no like specific, like it's really hard to find an exact amount, but it's somewhere between 7 and 8. But like, you know, it's an average. Populations change slightly. There's like natural variation in what the average is going to be over time. So yeah, but the medical advice is normally 8 on the basis of like, it's probably better to tell people to aim for more than to aim for less. But yeah. Yeah, pineal eye, yeah. I think the general evidence is sleep when you're tired, eat when you're hungry, and drink when you're thirsty, although eat when hungry can get derailed pretty easily. Yeah, because it's really easy to mistake being hungry for other things. It's true. Yeah, this is... Okay, Racco, I'll tell you, this is my fault for being permanently behind on chat. I'm permanently behind on chat. You were a Pokemon theology Wikipedia kid, we know. I mean, I was many things as a kid. I was a Pokemon kid. I was a dinosaurs kid. I was also a space kid. I was obsessed. I made a book. When I was a kid, I made a book about the solar system. That's what I did as a hobby. Also, hi Nixie Cleric, welcome. Would not recommend sleep deprivation. My longest period without sleep was 64 hours. Oh no, and the hallucinations started creeping in. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that is a thing. That's happened to me before as well. I've also had, not quite that bad, but I've had, you know, a pretty bad level of sleep deprivation a few times in my life, and I also started hallucinating things. I started hallucinating bugs, though. I started hallucinating cockroaches specifically. And I don't know why, because I've never seen one in real life. But, like, I think that's how I knew that it was a hallucination, because I was like, there's cockroaches on my desk. And then I was like, wait, what? There's no cockroaches here. Huh? Yeah. Making zines from a young age. I was. You're so right. It was in my... I was going to say the zines were in my genes. Oh, no. Somebody should make that into a t-shirt. There you go. It's a free idea. I'm also permanently behind on chat, especially during my sciencey streams. I ramble a lot, and for a long time, that's a mood. You're just like me, for real, for real. It's just fun to go on tangents and learn about things. Like the parietal eye, for example. Was it school for you too? Some of them. Some of them. Some of them were. I hallucinated that the toilet had fangs. That's horrifying. Eat when hungry easily becomes eat when bored, or not at all. It's true. It's true. I'm like both. It's very strange. For me, it's very contextual, okay? If I'm like, okay, there was a while, like, okay, at the minute, for example, I am eating and working in the same place, okay? So I just keep being like, I guess I'm hungry now. And then I get up and I go get some food, okay? But if I'm working somewhere where there is no food, then I just don't get hungry. And I just don't realize I need to eat until, like, I had days when I was working at university where I would literally go, like, I would have breakfast before I left. And then I would keep working until 7 p.m. And then I would be like, oh, I forgot to have lunch. Oh no, so bad. So bad. How dare you, Yap? What are you, an entertainer? I know. So sad. Does your body give you hunger signals? I think it does, and I just can't, like, process them properly. You know? Because sometimes I think that I'm anxious, and then it turns out I was just hungry. Oh, the autism. The wonderful autism. It does do that sometimes. Yes. Mine was a twerking raccoon / red panda. And when I went to investigate, I realized it was a brown bag caught under a rock blowing in the wind. That's kind of funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. Was it like the emotes? Was it like the emotes? You know, the ones... Do I have any examples? Wait. I do. Wait, I think I do. Let me find it. Was it like this kind of emote? Like... Because that's how I'm imagining it. That's so funny. Yes! Oh, incredible. Incredible. It's a good emote. It is a very good emote. I like how there's varying speeds available as well. That's quite fun. It was! Oh, that's amazing. I like that. I like that. You know, on the list of like hallucinations that you can possibly have, I feel like that's a pretty good one. We need one with Lars the chinchilla twerking. That would be kind of amazing. I'm not gonna lie. That would be pretty good. Okay. What am I doing? Not that. What am I doing? I'm that, and I'm doing that. There we go. Okay, cool. Right. Let me put away this Wikipedia page about the parietal eye, and let's get to the next question. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. There you go. The last thing you see while succumbing to a stroke is a chinchilla throwing it back. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. Okay. The time has come. Yes. Yes, the time has come. Chnapak also asked, is Myers-Briggs type indicator legit? I heard it's nonsense, but it feels like it sums up someone pretty well. Are there any better indicators? If anybody knows me, they know my favorite joke. Which is yeah, my Myers-Briggs type indicator is that I'm ENTP. I'm ENTP, which means that I'm gonna now sit here and list out all of the evidence as to why this is absolute BS. Yeah, no, it's not very it's not statistically valid. It's pretty bad. So for anyone that doesn't know, the Myers-Briggs type indicator is like a personality test, allegedly. Allegedly. You may know it. You may know it. You may have heard of it. If you've ever heard someone describe themselves as like, I'm INFJ, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's quite common amongst, first of all, it's very common amongst like business people. Business people love it as like a way to check whether they want you at the company. Like it's a very common part of like, you know, corporate training. And then the other place it's really popular is like, for lack of a better word, it's popular amongst astrology girlies. You know, the girls who are like, I say girls, astrology girlies are not all girls. This is like, it's a gendered stereotype, but honestly, astrology girlies, crystal girlies, they're not all girlies. They're not all girls. I'm using girlies in a relatively gender neutral sense here because I've also met a lot of dudes into this actually. But yes, basically people think that MBTI is a way to classify people based on their personality. So everybody's given basically a personality type, which is made of 4 categories. Categories? Is that traits? I guess is a better way to describe it. So there's 4 traits. Let me try and remember what they are. I.e., introversion, extroversion. There's intuitive and feeling. You know what? No, I'm gonna look it up. We're gonna look it up. MBTI. There we go. Okay, so introversion, extroversion, sensing and intuition, which is allegedly how much you focus on facts versus focus on big picture. There's T and F, thinking and feeling, which is like making rational decisions versus making kind of decisions based on how you feel, based on vibes. And then there's like judging and perceiving, which is allegedly either focusing on
Psydere.
rules or focusing on what, like being more open and seeing things as flexible, basically. Yeah. Basil, hi! Hello. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh my gosh. 22 months. That's wild. That's wild. Whoa. It's medicine ASMR time as well. Thank you so much, Basil. I really, really appreciate it. You've been around since the beginning, and it means a lot. Anytime, thank you. Wait, oh, my medicine's almost run out. Oh no. 1, 2, what engaging content? Me taking my medicine. Okay. Yes. So. Also, hi, John Monaville and Zoom Draws. Hello, hello. Thank you both for the Lab Safe Register check-ins. Hi, hi. I do love it here. Thank you. We love you being here too. But yes, so MBTI, you've got these 4 traits, and that you can be one or the other. They're dichotomous, and that means that there are 16 types when you combine all of the possible combinations. When you combine all of the possible combinations, okay, great. You know what I mean? When you each of the combinations of the dichotomous traits leads to 16 possible quote unquote types. And if you ever done like the 16 personalities quiz, this will tell you approximately, allegedly, what your personality type is, in line with Myers-Briggs. Now, it's not good. It's not good. In general, like any kind of dichotomous measure like that, it loses a lot of variance. And Myers-Briggs is no exception. But on top of that, the actual questionnaire itself it's not validated, it's not valid. It's just not valid. Like, a bunch of the items on it are so affected by the Barnum effect, because they're just so, like, sorry, not the items. The outcomes on it are so affected by the Barnum effect. Like, they're so vague and wishy-washy. Everybody would just read it and be like, yeah, that applies to me. So basically you can get whatever type and you will think, yeah, that applies to me. Because it's like, sometimes you are really introverted and you want to be by yourself, and other times you seek to be around others. And it's like, this applies to everybody pretty much, you know? So yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Myers-Briggs indicator is just as perfectly legit as all of those "which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle are you?" internet quizzes. Honestly, sometimes I feel like those are more accurate. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Astrology girly daughter or crypto bro son? What is this? Like the worst would you rather ever? Oh no. Oh no. To be fair, girly and boy are both gender neutral. They are, aren't they? It's more of a vibe than a gender. Oh gosh. The only good thing about Myers-Briggs is that it teaches you about combinatorics. That's true, actually. Or combinatorics even. Yes, that's true. Why did I say tronics? Yeah, it's kind of like horoscopes, exactly. That's why a lot of the time, like, the people that are really into Myers-Briggs are also really into astrology and crystals and stuff. Like, it just kind of, they kind of rely on similar cognitive mechanisms, to be completely honest. Yeah. So hi, Van Jack. Hi. But yeah, that's my opinion generally on the MBTI, is that it's not a valid measure. Anything, and I said this earlier with the other question, anything that tries to like put people into groups, I'm suspicious of it. It's just not. People don't work like that. People don't work like that. And personality is no different. And like even the construct of personality itself, like, it's very statistically robust, but like theoretically, we're still not 100% sure about it. So, you know. More research needed, TM.
Yeah.
But yes, the other part of the question, the other part of the question was, are there any better indicators? Yes, if you're talking about statistically, if you wanted to do personality research, there are much better personality measures that you can use. I think the kind of standard one is the Big Five, the Big Five personality. Let me find it. Big Five. Big Five personality. What? Okay, I searched Big Five and it's returned. The Big Five seafood UK consumers overwhelmingly eat are Atlantic cod, haddock, Atlantic salmon, tuna, and prawns. Thanks. Thanks for that. I think these days Hexaco is more commonplace than Ocean, but I'm not a personality psychologist. Yeah, Hexaco as well. I still see them both, to be honest. It might also be like a bit of it might be one of those things where different institutions use different things. The people that I work with still use the Big Five, so they use Ocean. I'm trying to find there we go, Big Five personality traits, there we are. The 5-factor model of personality, sometimes called by the acronym OCEAN or CANOE, is the most common scientific model of measuring and describing personality traits. So yeah, openness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism, conscientiousness. Yes. Those. What is the additional one in Hexaco? I forget. Is it like my brain's also auto-filling it into honesty, humility, but I can't remember if that's me mixing it up with moral foundations theory. Things overlap in my brain sometimes. My institution doesn't like the mainstream personality model, so I don't know much. Oh. I wish people understood that most astrology people aren't the crazy ones that most like to think of. It kind of pisses me off when people are like, oh, all astrology people are just stupid. Like, let's just let people have interest. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a difference. So I guess to me, it's kind of similar to like occultism, right? You can be just interested in, supernatural stuff, occultism, astrology, stuff like that. You can just be interested in it, okay? You can just like learning about it. Conspiracy theories, I think, is another example of this. You can just enjoy learning about it, and that's completely fine. It becomes a problem, potentially, when people start treating it more like an ideology. Like, at the end of the day, whatever way, like, people have the right to make decisions based on whatever they want, be it, their political beliefs or their spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, etc. Like, they have the right to choose how to live their lives. The problem comes when people sometimes they get into this stuff as an interest and then they go down a rabbit hole and it becomes an ideology, and then they start rejecting science or healthcare, normally both, as a result of it. So, like, people being interested in astrology isn't inherently problematic. Like, there's nothing wrong with crystal girlies, as long as they're not then going, I'm usually, like, if they're, like, doing their crystal practice, but also still going to the doctor when they get an infection and taking the antibiotics that they're prescribed, there's no issue. The problem becomes when people get so into it as, like, an all-encompassing worldview, that they then start saying, my crystals will heal me, my crystals will heal me, I am not going to the doctor for my infection. That's when it becomes a problem, and there's a very big difference between those things, Yeah. I hadn't heard of Canoe before. I like that one more than Ocean. I like them both. It is cute, isn't it? It is honesty, humility. Okay, cool. You know what? I think I can probably just scroll down and actually I'll find it on here. Yeah, it's literally on the Wikipedia page, like 2 centimeters further down from where my screen was showing it. I think it's similar to tarot readings and stuff. You can be into it and then you can be into it. Yeah. It's like VTubers, it becomes a problem when you start thinking they're real people and not funny pictures living in your modem. Yeah, that's another good example, right? It's like, Trying to think of how to word this before I say it. So like some degree of parasocialism, for example, can probably be quite helpful in some ways. Like if you're parasocial in the sense of like, oh, my favorite streamer might say what I'm seeing and react to me, and then we're all part of a community together, and I'm going to make friends through the community. Like that's probably a healthy level of parasocialism. Whereas or if you're just coping by, enjoying a piece of media and you relate to one of the characters and you're like, I would want to be friends with this character. Like that's probably fine. That's just coping, It's when people kind of go off the deep end and then start genuinely believing that their favorite VTuber loves them, or that the character is real and they're talking to them on the phone when they talk to the AI model. Like that's when it starts to get a bit concerning, How big is the conspiracy researcher to conspiracist pipeline? Honestly, I don't know anybody that has done that. Because if I'm being completely honest, I think that generally people, at least in psychology, people in psychology that research conspiracy theories, my experience is that they are generally, not always, the people that I know are often quite very much, how can I describe this? I'm thinking. I think that there's basically different ways to approach researching conspiracy theories. Some of us come from the approach of this is a normal thing that everybody does. But some people go into conspiracy theories research with the explicit mentality of there is something wrong with people that believe conspiracy theories, or conspiracy theories are always harmful. My experience is that honestly, it genuinely feels about. It feels like the latter group is a little bit more prolific in my experience. Or you will have people that are in the former group. They genuinely believe it's just like a normal part. And they will say as much. But then when they're in a group of other researchers doing similar things, the group consensus tends to shift towards this is harmful. So I think that because the social norm is conspiracy theories are more harmful than good, generally again, I'm saying this anecdotally, this is just my opinion. I think that the consensus amongst conspiracy researchers is generally they do more harm than good. And therefore, I think that has been established as a social norm. And I think that would probably put people off going down that pipeline if they are researching it from a psychological perspective. That's my thinking. That being said, I do know a few people that are maybe they're a little bit along the pipeline, and people are kind of anchoring them to stop them going down it further, if that makes sense. I have met a couple of people like that. But yeah, I think if you're researching something, it's very, very easy to develop strong opinions about it. And I do think that a lot of people that research conspiracy theories are very, very motivated by doing good and trying to help, and they see a problem and they want to try and fix the problem. And I think that's why it's kind of been established as a norm like that. Yeah. But then I know that there's other people, I'm about to try and catch up with chat. There's other people in chat who also are in this research area vaguely or adjacent to it, and they may disagree with me. I don't know. My crystal ball will hear me. Is that paranoia or psychosis? Ooh, depends on the context. I have a reasonably big gemstone and mineral collection because I like shiny rocks. That's so valid. I used to have a rock collection too. So I've interacted a lot with crystal girlies and crystal boys. They're still girlies. A lot of people in that space are just really interested in rocks and trying to make it seem somehow more special than that. But ultimately, they just want other people to be really into rocks too. Yeah, it's very cute, actually. It's very cute. I like it when people try and find meaning in things that are important to them, but they don't know why it's important, you know? Like when it's something like harmless, basically like collecting rocks. It's kind of nice when people develop their own meaning for it. So once you start talking about how cool bismuth crystals are, and the mineralization process produces these colors and shapes, and all the spirituality and such kind of goes out the window. Oh, I see. As a paramedic, I've had a few calls where they don't want treatment, but we end up turning around because they couldn't handle the pain with just their artifacts. Oh, that's a shame. That's not good. Parasocialism's healthy as long as it's not an all-encompassing coping mechanism for your social life and is treated as an actual social bond. Yeah, that's probably a good way to describe it. There's like limits on it, as with everything. Raise his hand. I was one of those researchers who got into it from a place of condescending arrogance. I thankfully learned a ton of humility as I began to actually engage with the data and the reality of people. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a pretty common experience, but I do feel like I was kind of the same. I was the same, to be honest. But like Wait, I'm trying to work out what I can say that wouldn't dox me. Have I said this on stream before? I can't remember if I've said... Basically, there's like certain circumstances about like the way that I grew up that meant that I was surrounded by a lot of conspiracy theories, but not necessarily the ones that people think of when they say conspiracy theories. And then I went to university and, you know, I studied the scientific method. I learned how to do science. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to show them all. They're all like the weirdos that believe all of these weird things about like medicine and stuff. I'm going to show them. And that's climate change. That was the one that really motivated me. It was climate change. And then I started doing the research, and then I was like, wait a second. Some of the stuff that I was taught growing up would be classified as a conspiracy theory, but I don't see it that much in the literature. Why? And then I slowly, as a result of that realization, started reading more and shifting more towards the it's a normal thing and lots of people believe it, and sometimes those beliefs are actually like to some extent validated. Like, I don't think it's possible to read about the history of psychology, for example, and not to some extent be a little bit suspicious. Like, obviously there's been a lot of reform, but like looking back, you can look at it and you can be like, I understand completely why some people distrust psychology, distrust medicine, distrust science generally. Like, yeah. I feel like a big part of that is how we have to write about how we're doing something important, and saying conspiracy theories are dangerous is an easy way to say that. Yeah, I do think that's part of it too. But then with my interactions with people at conferences, they have overwhelmingly given the like... Sometimes, I was going to say, for me, it's about 50-50. Sometimes I interact with people and they're like, this is like a normal thing. I'm just researching it because it's interesting. And like, maybe they were like me and Racco. Maybe they were like, motivated originally because of, I don't know how else to describe it other than like Redditor energy. Like, the Redditor energy. Like, yeah, my religion is science. That type of thing. But yeah, like, I do think I would say for me it's 50-50 at conferences whether people give off that energy or not. Sometimes it's not like a my religion is science thing. Sometimes it's more like a these people are just politically wrong type of energy too. Either way, I don't like it. I don't like it because I don't think that's a good place to come from as a researcher, Like, it's okay if it motivates you to get into the area and you want to do something helpful, and wanting to do something helpful helps you choose your research questions. But when it's, just getting to the point of just like being rude to big chunks of the population, frankly, it's a bit much for me. And for me, like, I think my issue from it kind of stems from the whole, like, I think it kind of just furthers that, like, intergroup thinking around, like, there are the normal people and then there are the scientists. And I don't think that's helpful. Like, I feel like that kind of attitude of like looking down on people that don't understand the science or think that they understand it, but maybe like they've been told the wrong things, or even have been manipulated. Like, I think that that kind of like condescending attitude towards them really furthers that intergroup narrative. And honestly, it's one of my least favorite things about politics at the minute is how I don't like talking about politics, but like it is a very common societal narrative now, often like politically motivated one, to be like scientists are an out group, they are silly, do not listen to them. But yeah, I don't really want to go into any specific examples, but yeah, like the kind of like othering of scientists so that they become like an elite group that never interact with the general public, and therefore they're up in their ivory tower and they have no idea what the rest of us believe. Like, I think it kind of feeds into that a little bit, and I'm not a fan of it. Yeah. I've had to deal with anti-vaxxers mainly. My dental hygienist was also a conspiracy theorist. I do wonder if it was a result of being in a job where you can't refute, people can't refute your arguments because you have they have things in their mouth. Oh, that's kind of funny. I've met like quite a lot of like nurses and dentists and dental hygienists and nurses and therapists and stuff, like dental therapists, that believe those kinds of things too. Even the stuff about fluoride, and I'm like, huh? What do you think of, what do you think that parasocialism is the core of the VTuber industry, and what makes it alive since it's derived from idol culture? Oh, good question. Good question. I think it's complicated. I think it's complicated. That's not a very good, compelling answer. I'm sorry. I think it's complicated because I think streaming in general kind of requires some degree of parasocialism, right? Because there is like the streamer on the screen, and then you type things into the chat and maybe they will see it. But it's like there's a kind of imbalanced power structure in a way, right? Because like I like, if I'm looking at chat, I see many of you and you will see one of me each. And you may kind of pay attention to the other people in the chat, but in some streams you might not. You might just be focused on the streamer. I do feel like I do my best to try and make it like a community, and I do encourage you to like talk to each other and stuff. I don't know if that's inherently any different to other streamers, but I don't know. I feel like streaming as a setup kind of requires some degree of parasocialism. I think it's more about the type of parasocialism and the intensity of the parasocialism that is inherent in what you're doing. Like, because I like to try and encourage a community and like for people to talk to each other and stuff. I think it kind of like spreads it out, like diffuses it a little bit, if that makes sense. I don't know. Whereas like for other people, like sometimes I watch a stream and it's like very much centered on the streamer rather than kind of everybody having discussions. And that I think is possibly a bit more directly parasocial in the traditional sense. I don't know. But yeah, I do think it's a kind of, in some ways it's kind of a requirement for streaming once you get to a certain size, right? Because like, if you're like a small streamer, then you can actually have conversations and get to know people. Like, I remember things about people. I know who, like, a fair number of you are. I'd say the majority. I know who the majority of you are. I know, like, vaguely what you do as a job. Like, most of you, I know vaguely where you're located. Maybe for a bigger streamer, it's kind of different. And that makes it a bit more rooted in parasocialism in the kind of traditional sense. I don't know. With idol culture, honestly, I can't really comment on it because I don't really know anything about it. Like, I came into VTubing with like literally no knowledge of idol culture whatsoever, apart from like I used to play Love Live, but I never did any of the fan stuff. I just played it and watched the anime and had a bit of merch, and then that was it. Because like idol culture hasn't, I would say it's only recently that idol culture has really started taking off in Europe. Like, it's not really been a thing here. I think it, like, obviously it was like a thing in Asia for ages, and then it slowly fed over to the US, and like Europe's only just starting to catch on to it. Like when I went to Vexpo, when I went to the concerts at Vexpo, I wasn't even sure what I was meant to be doing because like, I was like, what am I meant to be doing with the glow sticks? Like, what am I doing? So yeah, I don't think I can really comment so much on that. I'm sorry, I've been yapping for so long that I'm literally 10 minutes behind on chat. I'm so sorry. Reddit atheist mind virus. Also, hi Hunter, hello. Thank you for the lab safety Richard check-in. Thank you. I forgot to check in. I've been unsafe for almost 2 hours, shaking my head. I was at a conference that someone shifted me. It was at a conference that someone shifted me from one side to the other. It was interesting for sure. Oh, that is interesting. That's so cool. I hope that I can shift more people from like the kind of like, I'm gonna prove the conspiracy theorists wrong side of it to like, there is nuance, and some people believe conspiracy theories that frankly are probably true, and other people believe conspiracy theories that are frankly very harmful, and some people believe conspiracy theories that are neither. Some conspiracy theories are just neutral. I hope that I've had conversations that have kind of made people think about that. Speaking of Reddit atheist vibes, I can highly recommend the newest video essay by the YouTuber Sean reviewing the book War on Science. I might have already watched that. In its full, like, 4.5 hours glory. I might have already watched it. I will drop everything for a Sean upload. Is Sean a VTuber? Controversial question. Is Sean a VTuber? This is why people like you are so important. You're doing a good thing, making sure that there's a face. It's very hard for people to dismiss it as above it all. Keep at it. Thank you. And same to everyone else in the science communicator sphere. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of them here right now. Shout out to you all for doing good work. Yes, Sean is a VTuber. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that humanizing scientists is such a good way. This is very ironic coming from me, who is a cartoon character. But I do think that having that one-on-one interaction is so important to stop that kind of polarized thinking around science and scientists and thinking of them as elites. Like, let's be honest, it's pretty hard to come onto this stream and walk away from it thinking like, yeah, I'm an elite. I sit in my ivory tower and I'm sat here being like, guys, I forgot to eat my lunch today. Did you see that newest 4.5 hour video essay? I listened to it while I was scrubbing my dishes. Oh no. But yeah, I agree. There's a concept in social psychology, there's a concept called intergroup contact. And it's this idea that like if you interact with people from an outgroup and you kind of like work together towards a similar goal and feel good about the interaction, then in the end you will feel more positive about the group and you will dehumanize them less, and then you will be less polarized towards them. And honestly, that's the theory that motivated me to start doing anything sciencey. Because I was like, if people could interact with me, then they would realize that I'm a silly sausage. And I do know some things about some things. But also, I hopefully am to some extent a little bit relatable, maybe, and I seem like an actual person despite being a cartoon character. So, okay, let me. I'm only seven minutes behind on chat now. Let's go. Are there classifications of different kinds of parasocialism? I actually don't know. This is an area of research that I keep meaning to look into and I just haven't had time because life TM. But it's something that I want to look into and I want to find out more about. Reject idol culture, embrace wrestling culture. What I'm saying is I want to see Psydere do a pile driver onto the other vtuber members. I would never do that. Personally, I think the issue with parasocial is expectation, because I do interact with VTubers way more than anyone else, and sure, a streamer may have a positive opportunity of me or even remember me, but I also know that no matter how friendly we talk to each other, we will not be friends. As long as we don't expect to actually be friends, then I don't see the issue with using a Twitch stream for social interaction, especially if, like me, you have an isolated job. Yeah, I agree. But then also, like, through the community, you can make actual friends. Like, I know people in the community that just started, like, talking in chat, and then they kind of, like, started adding each other in chat sometimes, and then they were, like, started talking a bit more on the Discord, and now they're actually friends. And, like, honestly, I've made friends with some of you guys. Like, Bobo started off as a viewer. Bobo started off as a viewer and is now a very good friend of mine. So, yeah. Psy has full permission to suplex me. I would never. Even though I'm a perfectly average height and could definitely do it if I wanted to. The difference between conspiracy theory and investigative journalism is the theory part. I mean, it depends, right? Some conspiracy theories can never be proven, so they will forever be a theory. Counter question, what is a VTuber? It's a good question. Okay, here's a better question. Are gorillas VTubers? The band. Gorillas, the band. Are they VTubers? Also, hi, Big Club Manager. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. There's an archaeologist called Mini Minute Man. Yes, I love Mini Minute Man. Who started out debunking a guy's conspiracy theories on TikTok and ended up doing a 3-part 6-hour series on him. Yes. He's so good. He's so good. One day when I'm brave, one day when I'm brave and also more on top of my stuff, I'm going to email him and be like, can we collab? And he'll probably ignore it because I'm a small little person of average height. But I would love to do a collab one day. Who knows? Maybe one day. Speaking from my ivory tower, I get you. And also remember to drink water. Thank you. I have water. I'm drinking my water. Also, sorry, CWW, hello. Thank you for the lab saver to check in. Sorry, I missed it. I hope you're good. 4 hours, those dishes must have been holes from all the scrubbing. I think I watched it over the course of, like, making my dinner, eating my dinner, and then doing my dishes, like, 2 nights in a row. But, like, I might have also done laundry in that time too, you know? Oh. You can't be an actual person, you're British. It's true. It's true. I'm so sorry. Imagine chatters started marrying other chatters. Low-key, actually, apparently this has happened. Apparently this has happened. I have to tackle a drunk lad. Does that count? I have questions. Why are you tackling a drunk lad? I've been like, I've disliked furries to some extent on, I've seen people dislike furries to some extent online, but since I saw them walking around conventions, when I went to sell stuff, it made me rethink about them. They're just chill. Seeing them in person humanizes them so much. Yeah. I mean, I never really had like an issue with furries. I feel like having an issue with furries is more of a meme than an actual thing, but I do know that like some people do really, really dislike them. But like the overwhelming majority of furries are just like, I just have an aesthetic preference for my art and I like the characters and I like to roleplay. Like, it's really not that much different from, like, D&D, to be honest. At least that's my understanding of it. Did my laundry yesterday. I'm good for 10 days. Let's go. I should do some chores. Go do your chores. Go do your chores. VTuber equals inseparable link between two identities, meet person plus VTuber identity, plus main mode of existence of the VTuber identity is social media. So if there was a VTuber that then transcended streaming and got a TV show, would that mean that they're no longer a VTuber? No, I don't think anyone in my chat has ever got married, Nix, but I think, if I remember correctly, I think I might have watched, I think it might have been Rainho, actually. I feel like once I was watching Rainho, and then, like, someone did like a bits TTS redeem saying, like, yeah, me and my wife watch you and we just got married. I was like, huh? That's kind of cool. Okay, right. Should we do another question, actually? Wait, when's the next ad due? I haven't been paying attention. Oh, the next ad is due in 3 minutes. That's convenient, actually, because my water has run out of water. My water bottle has run out. And I need to go fill it up. So maybe it's time for me to go fill up my water bottle. What do we think? What do we think? Have a quick break? Because I want to get through a few more questions. I think we can get through a few more questions. Surely we can. Surely we can. Having my oldest brother be in IT and computer science stuff, and then meeting his colleagues, the amount of furries that I have met professionally has pretty much shattered any stereotype that I had for them other than being in IT. I mean, to be fair, that is a recurring stereotype, is that they all work in cybersecurity. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. Okay, yeah, so there's gonna be an ad in a second. So I am going to be back in a second. I need to go fill up my water bottle. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Yes, yes. See you then. Hi. I had a horrifying experience. I went to the kitchen to fill up my water bottle, and then right as I went out there, I I like looked out of the window and I made direct eye contact with two separate people who were stood very, very close to the window, and I was like, ah! And then I just like smiled awkwardly. I was like, hi. And then they looked at me funny. No. Not social anxiety in my own kitchen. Terrible. The elevator shrink exit? What is that? What is the elevator shrink exit? Also, hi, Prismatic Pixie. Hello. What is the Myers-Briggs type indicator? The Myers-Briggs type indicator is a personality test, quote unquote. It's a very bad one. It's not good. That's all you need to know. It's terrible. It doesn't measure people's personality. It's a mess. No, because I disagree, because I would still call Amelie a VTuber, and she's also a voice actor and does like music and stuff that isn't related to being a VTuber, but I'm curious what others think. That's interesting. Yeah. What is the boundary? What is the boundary between being a VTuber and not being a VTuber? This is a definition that needs to be identified. You're all mad about no Pikmin song. I'm sorry. Okay. Shall we look at the next question? Elevator shrink exit is when you just slide down straight. I didn't do that. I did a freeze response. I just stared out the window like this. Oh no, terrible. Can we pause the stream? There is an important discussion. Okay, I'll allow you to have your discussion. Okay. Let's see. What's the intuitively there exists a link that was still forged in social media. Initially, as you can say, it holds as long as the person's playing the same character. Okay. And then Amelie is still VTubing though. Also, hi, Elman, to say hi. Welcome. I hope you're good. Thank you for the hydrate. I just hydrated, actually. I didn't see it, but I did it. Great minds think alike, clearly. And then, so do you have to stop VTubing completely to not be a VTuber and be remembered as something else? Plus, there are VTubers that mostly just do IRL stuff, and I've heard people still call them a VTuber despite not using their model for a long time. Sorry if this became quite rambling. Yeah. So like, is Giri, is only Giri, is she a VTuber? I think she still uses her model sometimes, but she does a lot of IRL stuff now. Is she still a VTuber? It's a good question. There could be some leeway to say that they're still in possession of the character. On the extreme end of the spectrum would be selling the character to another person, which definitely means that they're no longer that VTuber. You can say that the VTuber is not a character or a person, but the intersection of both. Interesting. By the way, I read the article. It was pretty cool. I tend to assume most people's preferred theories follow from pre-rational preferences. For example, structural versus personal explanations in history, contingent versus deterministic, etc. Yeah. Which article, though? Wait, which article? Which one? Yeah, you have the power to stop the stream with your interesting discussion of how to define a VTuber. Giri is still a VTuber because she still does a lot of cooking streams as her VTuber. Oh, the difference is a psychologist cognitive traits are associated with scientific device. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that one, we actually talked about it a while back. I was just showing it as an example of like me being on alt metrics for some reason. But yes. So I tend to assume most people's preferred theories follow from pre-rational preferences, for example, structure, personal explanations in history, contingent versus deterministic, etc. Yes, absolutely. I think the thing that I found really interesting about that paper, oh, wait, I don't really remember it that well. That's the problem. I think the thing that I remember being interested but also horrified by was something to do with the way that they'd measured something. I think if I remember correctly, I had an issue with the way that they'd like measured the myths. Not the myths, sorry, but like the dichotomous preferences for the arguments. I had an issue with that. And then I think I had an issue with something else in that paper as well, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was now. I have forgotten. Hi, Crowley's Autism Diagnostic. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I know mathematicians, and it was really interesting for them to talk about mathematical proofs as being about aesthetic preferences. Yeah, right? Right? I was horrified by the use of violin plots. Honestly, there were some things just like statistically in that whole paper that I remember just being like, now it's going to bother me and I need to go and find out what it was. Let's find out together. Why am I bringing, whatever, I'm going to bring up Google Scholar apparently because that's what my brain has defaulted to. I know it's in my Psydere library, but sure, let's go to the Google Scholar page for it instead. That's okay. Great reasoning. I'm going to skim down to the methods, which it's a Nature paper, so they put it at the bottom, which is wrong, and it upsets me. The themes that they thought would provoke disagreement amongst psychologists. I think that I remember, like, the fact that, like, a big chunk of them were just, like, in the middle. Like, they were relatively normally distributed. I was kind of like, well, that's not really provoking much disagreement then, is it? And then similarly, like, for example, like, rational self-interest. That was one of the ones that I had a big issue with. Because, like, I could have told you in advance, most psychologists don't think that people are rationally self-interested agents. Like, that's an economics thing. You're not going to find differences in psychologists. You're going to find differences potentially between fields. But a lot of the questions they were asking, I felt like they were just more nuanced than the items captured, and that kind of, I wasn't keen on that in general. And then like some of the things that they were trying to measure as well. I think I had the cognitive traits. Yes, I think some of the cognitive traits that they were using were very, very, they were quite kind of like gendered. I thought they were a bit gendered. And some of them also just didn't really make sense in terms of like, if you're asking like academics, I read a large variety of books. Like, they're academics. Everybody's going to answer yes. Like, well, actually, no. The way that academics would respond would be like, what do you mean by variety? Do you mean variety in terms of the sheer number? Do you answer like, do you mean in terms of like the field? Do you mean in terms of the topic? Because like some people are really, really interdisciplinary and they're going to be doing a whole bunch of reading in a whole bunch of areas. And other people, just on the basis of their job being very focused on one specific area, are going to say, no, I don't actually read a variety of stuff. If I answered that, I would say, no, I do not answer a wide variety. I do not read a wide variety of books because I was just focusing on reading stuff for my job. Whereas, like, that's not the same as, do I want to? I would love to read a wider variety of books. So some of the measures like that were just kind of like, I wasn't too keen on. But then also like the self-rating on their like creative, analytic, practical abilities. Like there's all sorts of things that can bias that. We know that from previous studies. So the way that they measured these things in general, I wasn't super happy with. I remember now. Harder. Yes. Cogs, right, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Harder. Thank you so much.
Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Elarimbim.
Thank you. Thank you, Cogs Riot, for funding the lab, and also thank you for the lab safe register check-in as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, shout out to Valorant, I guess, for the thing, the subs thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, the rational self-interest thing is basically just economics. No other social sciences think that's a decent model. Exactly, right? Exactly. They should have asked how should we continue to fund behaviorism and see if they got punched. I'm glad to hear it because there are several parts of it that were unintuitive to me, but I just assumed it was naive with relation to psychology. No, there were several parts of it where I was like, why are you doing this? I don't understand it. I feel like the core concept of like seeing whether like the thing that I found most interesting out of it was like I think they did like a network analysis of how people like cite each other or like co-author together or something like that. But then like I thought that was the thing that was like the most interesting and had the most potential. But then it was also statistically it could have been better on the basis of, if I remember correctly, they basically just like they just assumed that everybody who had the same name was either a different person or the same person, one of the two. And I can't remember the specifics of it, but the way that they put it into the model, I was like, huh? 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 I like that good scientists / communicators answer questions with "it depends" and then start explaining. I mean, that's true of most things, though. Like, it's like I say that because that's the truth. It depends. Many things in psychology like change depending on the context in which you're studying it, you know? So, yeah. I may have uploaded a clip of your reaction to my name onto YouTube that got me a good 76 views. Thank you. Amazing. What the heck? I don't think I've seen that one. I'll look it up after. Wait. Rayleigh's autism diagnostic. Oh, I found you. Excellent. Okay. I'll come back to that after stream. Thank you for clipping, by the way. Clippers are like the biggest like legends of VTubing in general. Like, clippers do so much good work. I salute you. Thank you. Some clips are like really, really creative as well. I'm always really impressed by how people are just so good at clipping, actually. Also, hi Gustavo. Hi. Yeah, shout out to Valorant for being an invasive piece of software. I've never played Valorant. The sub goal should probably update. No, the thing is, to be fair, I'm letting it settle down because it was like massively inflated by the subathon. So I'm letting the sub goal like settle down once people's subs have expired, which should be soon. Like in the next couple of days, we'll be back to a more natural level, and then I can make a new goal based on that. In defense of the rational self-interest model, it's more of a framework than a statement of fact. It's to allow us to quantify interests, but they don't necessarily need to be rational. It's just what we assume, that there is some sort of utility that you get even from irrational actions. Yeah, I think when psychologists are like not keen on it, I think it's more in the sense of like, what we see in our studies is that rational. Like, oftentimes people's responses are just not rational. Like, they're not rational. They might be self-interested, but even then, they're not always self-interested. So it's kind of like, you know, it's called, like, you're trying to quantify people's behavior using a model that's assuming you can kind of, even if their response isn't rational, like, there is a rational path that you can work out they will get to based on their self-interest. but like a lot of people's behavior aren't based on their self-interest. A lot of the times people's behavior is based on like what they think is the right thing to do, maybe, or what other people are signaling they should do, or what people in power are telling them to do, or the rules that they have to follow, you know? And I guess you could argue there is some extent of self-interested in all of those things, but oftentimes you would see people do things that are actively working against their own self-interests. And I think that's why a lot of psychologists kind of fundamentally have a problem with it. Yeah. But I agree, it can be helpful in some contexts to like if you just need a model, you know, even if it's not the best model, it's better to have a model than no model. If I remember correctly, that was the paper where I kept going, well, this is a good measure of tenured lab heads. Yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? Is that like there was something about the sampling on it that was like really, really biased. I remember now. I remember. Clippers are how I found most VTubers. I found Crelly because of Baggy Pants Man, for example. Yeah, right? Clippers do such a good job. They really do good job. So hi, not a professor, and Jack. Hi, welcome. I hope you're both good. Thank you for the lab safe register check-ins. I make more meme edits than clips because they perform better for me, but your clip outperformed many of my meme videos. It was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Let's go! Let's go! I don't know why. Oh. I'm as pleasantly surprised as you are. I mostly found you because of the Clippers from you talking about Ellie's beans. Yeah, that one Shinster clip. I gotta say, I'm so grateful to Shinster. I'm so grateful to Shinster. Because Shinster clipping that clip. Wait. Sorry, okay. Yeah. I'm so grateful to Shinster because that clip, it helped me. I think it helped both me and Mylin in terms of like feeling like more people were appearing in the streams, right? Like that clip got me so many more people coming into streams. But also like even if people didn't come directly to the stream, they sometimes drop by or like they come from a raid and they're like, oh, I recognize you from a clip. I recognize you from like talking about Ellie's beans. And like Shinster did such a good job on it. There's like a whole narrative arc on that clip from 2 separate streams, which is so good. Like genuinely, I had forgotten that I had put that can of beans in the bathroom, and I genuinely cannot remember the context in which we did that in House Clipper. I think we genuinely just put it there because it was like funny. I had seen like the thing about the bathroom beans because like to be honest that came from like that really, really long like talk that, if I remember correctly, I think it came from that really, really long talk that Ellie and Vedel did. And I watched that entire stream. I watched the entire stream. I like watched it live because I found it so interesting to hear them both talk. It was really cool. But obviously the thing that became a meme out of it was the bathroom beans. So I was very much aware of it. But yeah, the fact that like Shinster clipped it and did such a good job with the editing and like people were interested in what we were saying in the latter half of the clip as well, that meant so much to me. It really, really did mean so much to me. It's like, I think that was the first time that I'd ever had somebody like I don't think it was the first time somebody had clipped me, but it was the first time that like somebody had clipped me and it had got more than like 10 views basically. And it opened up a lot of opportunities. Like it meant like that was the thing that like I think I've been following Ellie for quite a while already. And it was a thing that finally was like, I'm going to be brave and I'm going to go and join the code bug server and start actually talking to people. And I've made friends out of it. Like I made friends because of that Shinster clip. So I'm incredibly grateful. Like I'm so grateful. Yeah. Also, Roa, hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I saw your tweet earlier. Which one? Was it the Flat Fella Friday? Or was it my actual go live tweet? Both of them are good options. Welcome in. And also, hi Cook dude. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety ready to check in. Welcome. Yeah, a few of you found me from the Shinsta clip. Amazing. House clipper. I shouldn't have named this account this way. Every time that someone says something ending in sending an info, my neurons light up. Oh, that's so funny. Flat turtle, yes. I can't believe nobody else thought of that meme before me, actually. Because like everybody's been posting about their turtles turning up flat. And I saw it, and the instant that I saw it, I was like, it's Flat Friday, my dudes. You know? I can't believe nobody thought of that meme before me. There's a little like evil voice in my brain that's telling me like, hey. You should make the video with the song. You should do it. And I'm like, I kind of want to, but if someone else beats me to it, like just do it, because I won't be able to do it probably for a while. The world is indeed flat tootles all the way down. Also, hi Eric, hi. Welcome. Thank you for the Lapside Bridge to check in. I hope you're good. I'm still confused that I seem to be the only person to have their tootle arrived plump. Yeah, mine was like vacuum sealed. He was vacuum sealed and flat. I'm surprised that yours did not also arrive vacuum sealed and flat. This is quite sad in a way, really. Just had a thought right now. Have we bullied scientists into singing She Blinded Me with Science? I don't know that song, actually. I don't know that song. Where's my... I've lost me thingy. There it is. Okay. My form's not loading. Ah! This is a good question. Okay. They're all good questions. You all submitted good questions. Flatulence Incarnate, this question's from you. But it might have been so long ago that you don't remember it. Oh, gosh. Okay. Next question. I really don't. I'm not surprised. I don't... Yeah, this was submitted in July. That's how long ago this was. I'm not surprised. You all have good questions. My submission: less English, more autism. Okay, yes. So, how was art and drama therapy? So, for those of you who don't know, I used to work as a therapy assistant for an art and drama therapy group. Yes, I used to work under an art/drama therapist, and it was an experience. It was an interesting experience. I quite enjoyed it. But I was also very bad at it. So yeah, I'm not good at pretending. So drama therapy, not great for me. Art therapy, better. However, I was so into doing the art, I forgot about the therapy bit. So yeah, I didn't continue doing that in the end. That was my decision. I was like, this isn't a good fit for me. So that was my experience broadly. Was that basically like we would set up the room, we'd like have crafts. We kind of do a mix of art and drama therapy. Yeah. So basically it's like trying to, it's therapy with art and drama components to it. So, for example, you might be trying to get people to, I don't know, you might be trying to help people with their emotion regulation. Yeah. So like you might be working with people who have like, you know, like depression or anxiety or something like that. You are working with them, you want to help them work on their emotion regulation. So to like identify what they're feeling when they're feeling bad things, and then like a healthy coping mechanism for that. And basically art and drama therapy would integrate elements of art and drama into the therapy. So it was a group therapy. So we'd all kind of like, you know, sit in a group. Normally we would have just like art and craft supplies available for people to just fiddle with, basically. That would be like part of the reason it was there. But sometimes we would also ask them to use what they're doing to express certain things. So for example, if somebody's having problems with anxiety and regulating that anxiety, you might be like, if you're struggling to put it into words, could you maybe draw it, and then we will try and interpret it together, and we will try and work out a way to describe it together that works for you. And like with a group, you'd have like everybody in the group kind of giving input. So it's not just like the therapist and the client, it's everybody in the group all weigh in on everybody's things. Because sometimes having somebody who you see as kind of like equal telling you something that a therapist could also tell you can kind of help something sink in, if that makes sense. Not always, but it can do. But yeah, with the drama, it would normally be like acting stuff out, like, you know, acting out how something makes you feel, or it'd be like role play, stuff like that. But yeah, how was it? It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Therapy in general was not for me. I didn't enjoy it. It doesn't match my skill set. You know, it is what it is. It just wasn't for me. Yeah. In terms of, was there measurable progress? Last I heard, there isn't a lot of evidence that this works, although my knowledge is mostly on as an autism therapy. They did measure outcomes, but I can't speak for what those outcomes were because I wasn't given access to that data. I know that in the community, so like community-based services where people are, you know, just living their lives out and about, they have a job, but or they might not have a job, but like they have their own place, then they live there. And they like kind of go to a service for their mental health needs. My understanding was that across the whole like NHS trust, it was okay. The outcomes were okay, but it was more focused on like mood disorders and anxiety disorders. But yeah, the outcomes were like okay, basically. It was more treated as like a supplemental thing than like, it was basically like it was more like a format, you know? So it would be like, would you like to do a standard psychoeducation group where you learn about emotion regulation? Or would you like to do the version of it where you can fiddle with craft supplies at the same time? It'd be kind of more like that. So it'd be more like just a preference rather than like really being integrated into the therapeutic process. But the one that I worked with was actually in a psychiatric ward. So it was inpatient. So everybody that was on the ward, there was a mixture of reasons. Some people were in there because of like quite serious mood disorders or psychosis or really serious anxiety disorders, but like they were all people that like they were in there because basically they were a risk to themselves or to other people. The other half of the ward were people with dementia. And like to this day, I still don't understand why they put those two groups on the same ward. It seems really strange to me that they mixed those two groups together. But yeah, there was some measurable progress in terms of like for the people living with dementia, there was some measurable progress in terms of like they would be less agitated. For the people that were in there for mental health, it wasn't, from what I remember, it didn't like it was more just like an activity for them to do, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know about the data. I don't know about like the broader data. Therapy in general, like it's really hard to tease out whether the effects that you're seeing, like the benefits of therapy are like, so sometimes it's hard to tease out whether it's just the human interaction. Like it's really, really hard to do. You obviously do get like randomized controlled trials. But yeah, some modalities of therapy like psychoanalytic or art and drama, it's hard to tease out how much of it is because of the therapy itself. Some of the others, like cognitive behavioral therapy, like good evidence. Acceptance commitment therapy, good evidence. Dialectical behavioral therapy, good evidence. Like those have had like lots of RCTs, and they're generally pretty positive and significantly above chance levels. But others, I'm also not convinced about the evidence for it. You know, I do think it was more included as just something for them to do. Yeah. Also, hi Svan, hi, welcome. I actually learned about you from the Beans clip, and after the recent neuro raid, I decided to follow you. I'm a psychology student, so I'm looking forward to learning stuff from you. For now, I stop by to lurk sometimes, but maybe I'll chat more in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us and for lurking. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And I hope your studies are going well as well. I hope your psychology studies are going well. Let's go. Oh, that makes me happy. Thank you for dropping by. Shout out to the mental health day hospital workers of the world. Saved a few folks that I know. Yeah, right. They do such good work. It was really distressing, actually, to be honest. It was really, really distressing doing that work. I wasn't a fan of it. So, yeah. Not for me. Other people do a very good job of it sometimes. Ah, you see, for there is an incredible evidentiary basis of budget. True. True. DBC history is still so wild to me. Truly the fine, I'll do it myself moment, right? It's fair enough, though. It's fair enough. Okay, so the next question was from Frost. Can we talk about AI ethics? What kind of rules would it be to have? What kind of rules would we have to give a theoretical artificial intelligence in order for it to be healthy for humans? I think that's a really good question, but I think that it's something that probably would need a whole stream. And also, I think it's something that I'd like to bring someone else on to talk about on stream, you know? Like, I don't know that much about... I know about AI ethics from the, like, how it affects... Like, from the human perspective, as in, like, you know, like... people's data being processed, for example. But I don't really know it from the other direction in terms of like, how do we, what's it called? Like AI alignment? I don't know much about AI alignment. So I think that's a very cool question, but something that we should come back to at some point. Let's see. Bring on a consultant neuro. I'm not opposed to it. Let's see. Oh, this is a funny question. I like this one. Oh, that's a good question. Speaking of AI and psychology, have you heard that one of the highest uses of AI is for therapy and companionship, not productivity at work or education? I have the third dot. I have heard this. And it makes me a bit nervous. Someone I know is like becoming a little bit like, I don't know. I don't know if he would be comfortable with me like describing him as an expert, but like that's kind of how I perceive him as going. He's published quite a lot on like AI psychosis. I could ask him if he would come on and talk to us about it at some point. Yeah. Okay. Why don't people in lifts move away from the door when it's not their floor next? I actually don't know. This is one of the things that has always like perplexed me, and I've never thought to actually look into it. Like it's one of those things where like when I'm in a lift, I see people doing this and I'm like, this is really weird. Why are they not just like moving? Like I need to get to the door. Or like why don't people like reorganize themselves? Like why do people not go into a lift and go like, I can see from the buttons that have already been pressed that I am going to the highest floor. Therefore, I will be like, may I scoot round behind you? Like, I do this when I go into a lift, and people always look at me like I'm weird. Why? Why do people do this? Like, I am a psychologist, and this is one of the great questions that I will never answer. It reminds me of that thing that my dad showed me, where if you like park in a car park, at the other end of the car park where there's no cars around you, people will come and like park near you. It reminds me of this. It's almost like there's some kind of like unwritten social script that I just didn't download. Why? Oh. I don't like people behind me, so I always move to the far side of lifts. This is smart. Cultural and personal differences. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's probably like the summary for most psychology things. Is like, it is a mixture. It is a mixture of individual differences, cultural differences. Yes. So maybe also systems. Oh. They look at you like an alien. They really do. If you're like, please may I go to the back of the lift? They're like, huh? Why? It's so weird. Why are people strange? I think people feel it's awkward to make a request of a stranger. Maybe I'm just too powerful. Maybe I'm too confident and too powerful. Maybe it's because I didn't get the embarrassment DLC. It's so funny. When I was younger, I had really, really bad social anxiety. That's not the funny bit. I did have really bad social anxiety. I didn't go to school for like 3 years. But now I just feel nothing. Like it takes a lot. It takes a lot for me to feel embarrassed nowadays. So I don't know why I've flipped from one extreme to the other. But yeah, I'm the type of person that will now just go into the lift and I will just be like, let me go in this spot that I have decided I want. Cognitive load. Yeah, it might be a bit of cognitive load actually. It's just like I am not here mentally. I am not processing that I need to move. Maybe. Also, lifts are quite bad, like, sensory environments. They're normally kind of loud, and they move, and they feel jittery, and you get that weird feeling in your stomach when you go up, and the lights are always nasty, so maybe it's... And also, some people are claustrophobic. Maybe it is cognitive load, but, like, sensory load. Is a lift how a neurotypical would, like... Is that a good way to relate the experience of sensory overload to a neurotypical? Is that, like, it's like being in a lift? The channel's motto is why people like that. I might steal that actually. It's pretty good. Also, hi Shinsta! Hi. Thank you for the lab stage ready to check in. I hope you're good. I press myself into a corner not to be in anyone's way, and then awkwardly speak when it's my floor, or just wait for until everyone is out and then just repress my floor. See, I'm aggressive. I'm like, move! I need to get out! I actually did this. I did this when I went to Vexpo. At Vexpo, basically, like, if you're going to the airport, that like, okay, so for context, Vexpo was at the Birmingham NEC, and it's attached to Birmingham Airport. And like, there's a bit when you're like going down from the weird little like monorail thingy that gets you to the NEC in the airport. You go in a lift down to like the arrivals/departures lounge, and there's like a massive lift, and there's always loads and loads of people. And I was just like, I want to stand there. And people looked at me funny. And I was like, can I help you? Like, if I want something, I just ask people. I have no fear. I know the likes of Walmart do computer person tracking to figure out consumer patterns. Does this ever get done in research? Not that I mean, I'm sure it could be done. It might be done in like certain areas of like marketing and stuff, but I think that I haven't seen any papers in psychology. I think the closest thing that I've seen was like there was a paper during the pandemic about they used like people's geolocation, so like their mobile phone data, cell phone data. So they use like the geolocation of their cell phone to identify whether or not they were adhering to lockdown restrictions. That was kind of interesting. Yeah. But that's the closest thing that I'm aware of in my general area of psychology. I just try to use the stairs wherever possible. Me too, actually. That's the healthy thing to do. Shout out to you for doing the smart decision. That's healthy. Never really had any shame. This surprises no one that knows me. You. I love it. I love it also because I do feel like it is encapsulated by your name also. It's very good. It's very good. Yeah, username checks out. A lot like running into people very nearby at your kitchen window. That's different though, because I feel perceived, you know? Like if I'm out in public, I'm like, whatever. I'll just do whatever. You know? Whereas like if I'm in my house, I don't want people looking into where I'm staying. That's weird. Like I'm one of those people that's like, if I'm in this space, this is my safe zone. Don't talk to me. Don't perceive me. You know? So I shut all of the windows as soon as it starts getting dark because I don't want people to be able to see in, you know? I'm very private in that sense. But I also like, if I'm out in public, I have no shame. So yeah. Yeah. Hope you're well. I am, thank you. I'm okay, thank you. I'm getting by. Had an idea for a use case for training AI on your streams, but I might need to join Discord to discuss it more one day. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that would have to go into the citizen science forum thingy. Yeah. I wish I had that confidence so much. Honestly, I think I only developed it from going to conferences and like being forced to go up to people and talk to them. And like when I had like a moment in my brain. I went to Vexpo, I was really nervous. And then I was like, wait, this is just like a conference, but for VTubers. And then I was like, abilities unlocked. Okay. The elevator or lift, I suppose. Conformity study is interesting. Yeah. They have a bunch of Confederates stand in the elevator facing the back of the elevator instead of facing the door. As long as all people in the elevator were looking to the back, the subjects would too. But if there were any dissent, they would look towards the door. Yeah, I remember that study. It's a good study. I like that study. We should like properly read it on stream at some point if the copyright would allow it. Yeah. But this doesn't answer why people don't move away from the door when it's not their floor next. I don't think that, I think it's probably just routine. Honestly, like if I had to take a guess, if I had to take a like marginally educated guess on why people don't move away from the door, I would assume it's just like routine. Like the script in their brain is that like you go into the lift, you press the button, and then you wait where you're stood until you're on your floor. But then obviously like if there's two people in front of the door who are going to the top floor, then like they're still following that script in their head. And then the other people in the lift then have to like interrupt the script. I don't know. That's my like gut feeling on it, but it's not at all based in evidence. So don't listen to me. I have no fear. I had to have a 9,000 person raid to join Discord. No, okay, to be fair, if you're talking about the Vedal raid, I had already joined the Neuro Discord and the Codebugs Discord like a year before that. Not the Codebugs one. I already joined the Codebugs one after the clip, The neuro one, I've been in the neuro Discord server since like 2023 because I joined it to, I think it might have been like the first subathon canvas. I was like, okay, fine, I'll join it because I want to join into the canvas discussions. Yeah. So, actually, it wasn't all social anxiety. I've discovered a new flavor of that type of social anxiety. In my native language, I'd go wild, talk to anyone about anything, never sweat it. But if I'm not perfectly fluent in the language, I feel like I'm a bumbling idiot and I don't deserve to talk. Crazy how the brain will do that. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I have like a very basic level of like a couple of different languages, and I am not confident speaking any of them. Even when I'm like with somebody that I know will be so understanding and so chill and so cool with me completely butchering the language, I am still not capable, you know? I'm not capable of speaking it to them because I get so anxious. I feel that. I feel that so much. Yeah. Surprise window people is shocking a bit. If that happened to me, there would be an extra problem of them needing to be 10 feet tall for me to see them looking at it. That is extra horrifying. That is extra horrifying. Strangely, I can be confident when I'm working. So most things people find embarrassing, I'll just do. But then when I have to do anything for myself, I get so nervous. I wish I could just interact like a normal person sometimes. Honestly, I was very, very similar for a very, very long time. Yeah, I feel that. And I still get it like it sometimes. Like, I think, obviously, like, you know, standard disclaimer, I am not a clinical psychologist. I am just speaking from my personal experience. I think for me, this is going to sound kind of silly, but the thing that changed it for me was getting the autism diagnosis. Because then I was like, oh, I am weird. I am weird. And then I don't know, something about it just like changed my brain from going like, people are going to think I'm weird. And then they're going to hate me, to being like, people are going to think I'm weird because I am and they can just deal with it. That's not very helpful advice though for like the average person. Like, yeah, people are going to interact with me and they're going to think I'm weird because I am weird. Like, that's okay. I'm okay with that now. Okay. Oh dear. Could answers from chat be used in like interviews for some studies, like not being specialty prepared, more 3/4? I mean, it depends on, you'd have to get ethics reviews still, I think. But yes, in theory, like I've seen a fair number of like qualitative research studies that use like chat messages as part of the data. My guess is lack of etiquette rule in society, along with fear/uncertainty of being in a lift and missing their floor. Yeah, maybe. People are going to find out about the real you. Oh no. Maybe it's for the best if they don't. You're allowed to be weird. Just own it is a very good piece of advice for anyone, actually. I hope so. Because like the thing that I'm always thinking is that like there's a lot of natural variance in humans, right? And like society just kind of arbitrarily decides some things are weird and some things aren't weird. And then like you go like 20 years down the road and then suddenly the things that they used to think are weird are now normal. Like, I don't know, like women wearing trousers was weird 50 years ago, you know? Well, it wasn't, maybe not 50. It's like 70 years ago, women wearing trousers was weird. And now it's like everybody wears trousers, you know? So I just think that weirdness is a social construct and I'm just going to ignore it. Within reason, of course, like, you know, don't do anything illegal or morally objectionable. But if the basis of the moral objection is like, not like, if the moral objection is like, don't harm, like this will harm someone, don't do it. Maybe there's a bit more leeway if people are like, that's not normal, so don't do it. Because what is normal? Normal changes over time. Yeah. Might be better to use chat than Reddit from some of the papers out there that use Reddit. Yeah. Yeah. How did they survive without women wearing trousers? Truly dark times. I know. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Time to go do stuff. Totally not going to do anything illegal or morally objectionable. Enjoy whatever you're doing. I hope that they go well and don't cause any moral outrage. Thank you for joining us, Cleaver. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. I'll hydrate. Okay. 1 QPH. Well, I'm about to do another one, so take that. So, this question from Dory is, what's your study method? My study method now is that, like, I don't. Like, I don't sit down and study things anymore. I didn't even as a PhD student. I didn't, because I think when people say study, they think like sitting down and learning the things for an exam. And I haven't done that in a very long time because yeah, I like the last time I did that was for my master's. That was a long time ago now. So yeah. My study method is I don't ? But when I was an undergrad and a master's student, when I was doing a taught degree, my study method was as follows. My study method was spaced repetition. So I would make myself flashcards. Important, first of all. So if there's like lectures, make your own notes about the lectures. Add in things that you find interesting and that you will remember. So I don't know, if you really like Pokemon and you're learning stats, work out a way to like make Pokemon references or give Pokemon based examples throughout all of your notes. So I don't know, say you're like doing a T-test and then you're like, I want to find out if there is a difference in defense stats between water Pokemon and fire Pokemon. That's the kind of thing that you can put in. Find something that you care about and put it in there. And that will make all of the concepts link up to your prior knowledge and it will be more readily accessible in your brain. Yes, yes. This is my first piece of advice. And the second piece of advice is to then make like flashcards out of the main things that you need to remember and do spaced repetition. You can find apps like Anki that do this for you. Anki is spelled A-N-K-I. Wait. There you go. Yeah, so you can do that. Or you can just like work out timers also, to be honest. But it's a bit more painful to do that. Yeah. And that will help you remember things. For spaced repetition, you need to start fairly far in advance. So don't leave everything to the last minute. I know that people say like crunch good. If that works for you, then great. It didn't work for me. Yeah, so I would like go over things quite a few times. And like I would start like a month before the exam, basically. Like I'd be making the flashcards and like starting to revise them with the spaced repetition, basically from the lecture. So yeah. Yeah. Those were my main things that I did. I watched comics and TTRPGs and cartoons go from being outliers and bully-worthy to now being so regularly mainstream that if their movies don't break like a billion, then the media says it bombs. Yeah, right? Right? I know. This is very true. I find it odd that women's clothes used to be so practical. For example, a skirt had to be large enough to fit 3 eggs per pocket to 0 pockets. Yeah, right? Why? I want my pockets. I want pockets. I just end up buying like men's jackets so that I've got pockets. I'm not gonna lie. We lost capes. It's so sad. Another good thing is to try and teach other people with your notes if you can read them. Yeah, absolutely. Teaching other people is like one of the best ways that you can learn something. I think honestly, like the only reason why I remember a bunch of stats stuff is because I taught it as like a TA. Yeah. I think I would not know most stats if I didn't have to teach it, to be honest. Delicious water. Yummy, yummy. Okay. One of the things I like about techwear is the number of pockets. Ooh, true. See, I'm like a denim jacket kind of person, you know? I really like denim jackets and they've always got a good number of pockets, especially if you get a men's one. I normally just get the men's one. Oh. Flashcards saved me in college when I was taking Latin. Oh, I can imagine. Flashcards are so good for learning anything that you have to memorize. Anything that you have to memorize, they're so good for it. Okay. Ooh, this is a question. This is a question. There's gonna be an ad in a minute. You know what? There's gonna be an ad in a minute. I will, we'll run the ad now and then we'll do the next question after the ad, okay? I apologize profusely. I apologize. Oh gosh. Cornell note taking and box method note taking are still common things for me. I don't know what either of those are actually. I think someone tried to teach me about Cornell note taking and I forgot what it was as soon as they told me. So yeah. Did you know that wearing jeans, jacket and jeans, we call that the Canadian tuxedo? What? Oh, that's such a funny name. Why do you call it that? Oh, it didn't help in the long run because I don't remember any of it. Yeah, that's the thing. With any kind of like repetition, you have to keep going back over it in order to like maintain it in your memory. And that is not ideal. That is not ideal. Which is why it's so easy to like forget language, for example, if you're not regularly practicing it. It's really, really easy to just completely forget all of the words if you are not refreshing those connections in your brain. Because that's ultimately what memory is. It's just like a pattern of connections in your brain. So yeah, you have to keep refreshing those connections. Yes. Okay, let's see. What am I doing here? I am going here. I'll put up the text for the next one. This is a question. This is a question that we will get to once the ad is done. I apologize. Actually, I just realized this is kind of related to the like why does why does men's clothing have pockets and women's clothing doesn't? And now we're moving on to why women's psychology and men do not. Which by the way is a massive oversimplification, but we will get to that. We will get to that. I'm definitely not just like stalling time, you know. Pikmin time now. Oh, I could. I'm not so sure about that one. Oh god. Let's see. I can do one very quickly, okay? Beware the forests, mushrooms. Yes. Okay. I'll do a quick Pikmin for you. Oh. I missed it. There you go. Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin! New centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin on your membranes, it's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics. Quantum Pikmin. Pikmin balloon mount radio sound. Pikmin electrons covalent bond. Can I not now? The ad stopped. I can stop now, right? I can stop. Okay. We've done that. We've done. You got your snippet. Thank you for the 10 bits. You got your 10. You got your 10 seconds of Pikmin. Pikmin in your culture. Okay. Yeah. What should we put on in the background? I want something more like chill on in the background. I think. Where should we? I'm gonna put on some Animal Crossing playlists. Jade, like, what the heck? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome into the lab. Welcome into the lab. It's a scam because you have to pay for your lab membership. Don't ever do that in real life. It's not worth it. Ooh. Lo-fi jazz to relax / Animal Crossing to. Perfect. Okay. Let's go with that. Now the notes and transitions, thank you. The more that I practice the Pikmin song, the better I will get at the Pikmin song. This is how it works, right? This is how it works, right? One day I will be able to sing the Pikmin song. Okay. 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 So, question from Wild Max Plays. Why is it that psychology has a higher ratio of women to men? Yes, this is a big question. It's complicated. It's complicated. So I'm going to give you a very quick history lesson. A very, very quick history lesson. Until about the 1970s, psychology was actually was overwhelmingly men. It was overwhelmingly men. And then in the kind of like 60s / 70s, they started training more women as like research assistants and eventually grad students. And then from about 1990 onwards, it flipped. And there was more women studying psychology than there were men. So basically, psychology having more women at the undergraduate and graduate level is actually a very, very recent thing. It's only a thing that's really happened in the last 34 years. Before that, it was overwhelmingly male dominated. And I do believe a similar pattern has also happened in biology, I think. And also, if I remember, also in teaching. Yeah. So I just want to give that context before I start like talking about the question. Oh yeah, you can see, you can answer that. Let's see if it also applies to botanical research studies. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I deal with the gender issue for psychology thing with some frequency. Being a male in childcare adjacent field is sometimes an issue, although I do wonder if it's a cultural thing. I've had people not want me as a therapist because I'm a male. That's annoying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to experience that. Yeah. So yeah, it's happened in biology and botany and teaching, yeah, and psychology. There's also some indications it's also happening in medicine, which is super interesting. But yeah, basically, why does the field have a higher ratio of women to men? The fact that there originally was a higher ratio of men to women suggests that this isn't like an innate preference thing, right? So we can immediately rule that out because it has changed as society has changed how it views psychology. And same with biology. Same with teaching. And same with medicine. Yeah. But yes, it is very much a cultural thing. So when you actually take a step back and look at the like gender imbalances across various like academic fields across cultures, some cultures have big imbalances across various fields. Other cultures have like, it's like 50-50. So you also see this in computer science in the other direction. So like in like the US is actually starting to even out a bit again now. Not as much, but you know, that like there was one point where like the US had an imbalance of like, it was like 95-10. I think the UK is still like this in comp sci. But in the US it's sort of started to even out a bit again now. And then you look at other countries, like for example Cyprus, and it's 50-50. So basically what that suggests is it's a social thing. certain cultures say that certain fields are more feminine or more masculine, and then people go into them as like, because that's kind of what they're pressured into to some extent. It might not be a conscious thing, but it sometimes can be. And like I have my own experience of this, right? I originally wanted to study computer science. So I originally wanted to go to uni and study computer science, and I wanted to do like 4 sciences at A level. So before I went to university, and my choices initially were biology, chemistry, physics, and computer science, because part of me wanted to kind of do medicine, but part of me kind of wanted to do computer science. And I wasn't sure I was going to get the grades to do medicine. So I was like, okay, well, I'll hedge my bets and put that in there and see if I enjoy it. And I actually got the teacher. I spoke to the teacher that was like running the computer science classes, and they were like, no, don't do this. You won't enjoy it. It's not for you. I don't think it's right for you. Maybe go and do a different subject instead. I just don't think it's for you. There was no reason for this. I got excellent grades in like the various computing adjacent subjects that I'd studied. I got good grades in physics. I got good grades in ICT. There was no reason for it. Yeah. I later found out that the class was like, I think it was like 25 people studied computer science A level at my school, and there was one girl in it, and that one girl was like someone she was used to resisting those kinds of kind of gendered expectations, because she was like in the Navy Cadets or something. So she was used to this nonsense, and she had like seen straight through it and was like, no, I'm doing it anyway. I didn't, because at that point, like up to that point, in all honesty, like I can genuinely say I had a very like, I'd been very lucky. People hadn't really treated me in a certain way or another because I was a girl. And that, I think, was the first proper time where I really experienced it. The second proper time was then during my physics A level, unfortunately. So I do think that there is an element of that. Like, are you aware of when people are putting certain expectations on you? Like culturally based expectations? How in line are you with those cultural expectations? Stuff like that. So it's complicated, but like the fact that psychology was male dominated and is now female dominated, at least at the undergraduate level, suggests that something about the way that people are encouraged to look into certain things has changed. And I don't know exactly what it is. It's always a big question. Anything involving any kind of gender difference in any way is always a big question. It's always a difficult question. There's so many potential factors that can play into it. But yeah, based on the data that I've seen, my understanding is that it's at least partially because psychology, something about the way people perceive psychology has shifted. For a while, people saw it as like a natural science. So like during like the behaviorism era, people saw it as like a natural science. And then it kind of shifted slightly into maybe like a more kind of social sciencey or like therapeutic kind of vibe. And now people see it as a feminine, nurturing, quote unquote, like a caring subject. And therefore, girls are encouraged to go into it. That's my kind of understanding. But again, there's so many factors that play into this kind of thing. There's never just one answer. And yeah, that's partially culturally mediated as well. So yeah. It's the same thing in museum field. Some of my museum classes, so in some of my museum studies graduate classes, I was the only man. Yeah, absolutely. Museum curation, archiving, stuff like that. I've heard the same thing from those. Yeah. Can we, is it not possible that it's just that women have got greater opportunities than they didn't before? I mean, it is partially that, obviously. It is partially that. But then, like, why the question then becomes like, women have more opportunities now in Western countries than they did, 50, 70, 100 years ago. Why have the perceptions of some fields changed in this way? By the way, computer science is another example of this, actually. Like, for a long time, coding was just seen as like a low-level admin job. And so it was overwhelmingly women doing it. The earliest computer scientists, at least doing the coding side of things, were women. And then at some point, it shifted and people started seeing it as a difficult field, like a scientific field. I don't know. But then that drew more men into it. And suddenly, like, yeah. And now it's like some countries are like 95% men. But yeah, like the question is not necessarily like, do women have more opportunities now? I think that's fair to say, like in Western countries, yeah, they do. It's more like, why is it that when there are those opportunities, they are funneled into certain ones rather than all of them? Yeah. And that does seem to be based on cultural expectations to some extent. I do wonder why some male-dominated sciences flipped and became female-dominant, such as psychology and biology, whereas others have remained more male-dominated over the same time period. Well, to be fair, there is one thing that's fairly consistent across it, which is that generally the ones that have become female-dominant are labeled softer science, and the ones that are still male-dominated are labeled hard science. Yeah. And you have to wonder, what's the cause and effect, like, is it that women are more drawn to quote unquote soft science, things with more degrees of freedom and more nuance, maybe, or like, that kind of take a more kind of like multidisciplinary approach just by the nature of the field? Or is it the other way round? Is it that is it that women are encouraged to go into it because of that label? That's the thing that's difficult. It's crazy that biology is considered soft when the human body in every way is the hardest thing that we can think of, right? This is the thing, is that like I do unironically very, very regularly hear biology being labeled as a soft science, and I'm like, have you ever tried to read any kind of biology paper ever? Like, what the heck? What the heck? No. Like, that's terrifying. Oh, but then like elements of it are considered to be quote unquote hard science, right? So like like molecular biology and like neuroscience, they're normally considered quote unquote harder science. But then like, I don't know, other bits of it are not. Why? What's the reasoning behind this? This is one of the areas that like I really want to do a lot more research onto this myself, because for me this is one of the fundamentals of like how people interact with and think about science, is that like when you hear certain disciplines, what do you think of? Why do you think that? Super interesting. So Neek at 9, thank you for the follow. And at night, there we go. Neek at night got there eventually. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. I'd bet salary rates, unfounded opinion. You know what though? You're not far off, but it's like more, from what I understand, it's more the other way around. When a field gets gendered in a certain direction, that then changes the salary rates, at least from the data that I've seen. So like, for example, psychology, as it has become more female dominated, teaching, as it has become more female dominated, the salaries have gone down. Computer science, as it has become male dominated, the salaries have gone up. So yeah. In my experience, living in care / person assistance is slowly getting more men, and men tend to work with male clients. I mean, that's good. That's good, because it's like nursing and like care those are areas where we desperately need more dudes in, you know? We desperately need more dudes in there. Honestly, psychology is kind of the same. Like, we do need male clinical psychologists and therapists and stuff. And I'm really, really glad that there's like some high profile like men who are therapists and clinical psychologists starting to do like some really good outreach now. I'm really, really grateful for that, because I do think it kind of counters those stereotypes. Because realistically, the best thing, like we need like diversity of thought and experiences in any kind of research field. Because if you have everybody all thinking the same, they're a bit more prone to groupthink. And in a research setting, that's not good, because that means that you can get like stuck on a theory and then never make substantial, not never, but like it can slow down substantial progress on it. Whereas like if you've got new people approaching different, like the same ideas with a different kind of outlook, then you can start making progress on a question that you're already stuck on. I do think that this applies a lot more to the, I mean, not a lot more, but like it definitely applies to like, you know, like applied fields like engineering and social sciences and honestly like biological research, like all of those, very much it applies to those. I'm still not 100% sure about like the about like physics. I'm not. It's not that I don't think it's useful. It's just I'm not sure. I've not seen data around it. But like generally, a diverse team that work well together like will be more creative and come up with better ideas and be a bit less prone to groupthink than a homogenous group. So it's like a good thing for science to not have just like everybody be one gender or like from one socioeconomic class or anything like that, you know? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I've been going off on a tangent. You have to consider the culture, but also the developmental state of the country. A lot of poorer countries have higher amount of both sexes studying STEM-related subjects because it's more often than not has better pay. Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very, very true. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm only talking about, like, the question says higher ratio of women to men. So I was kind of under the assumption that both me and this person are in a developed Western country, but yeah. I mean, I might be wrong. I hate it when people block out other people's opportunities because of bigotry. I know. It's ridiculous. Also, like in science, genuinely it's and any kind of research, to be honest, it's genuinely just actually potentially harmful. Like the amount of research that has been done where like they just didn't consider a certain perspective and then it ends up harming an entire group. And it's like, if you just asked them, you probably could have thought about that. It's really, really annoying, to be honest. Let's see. I'm catching up with the chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It should be noted that in the early years, computer programming versus computer science was basically seen as menial work. Yeah, that's right. Until it became a moneymaker in the 80s. That's absolutely right. And that's also the time where it went from being female-dominated to male-dominated. Oh, pain. Also, hi, Master Yoda. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. I think scale and economics is a major factor in gender. Fields that were smaller a century ago were more prestigious or elite. So there used to be more men. When they become widespread, men shifted to other fields. Yeah, I think that like socioeconomics like that is definitely a part of it too. I mean, in science generally, I keep saying science. I mean research. I mean science in the sense of like, you know, like the German like Wissenschaft. You know, I don't mean just like science the way that we mean it in English. I mean like any kind of systematic research. But yeah, definitely. Like it used to be very much just like a field almost in like it was just entirely elites basically. Like in order to break into it, you would have to be really, really something special. And to some extent, it still kind of is like that, to be honest. Like there was a study that I read a little while back that basically said the single biggest predictor of getting a PhD is having a parent who has a PhD. And like the single biggest predictor of getting into an Ivy League university is having a parent who is an alumni of an Ivy League university. So to some extent, it's still kind of like that, but not as bad as it used to be. But it's still definitely a thing. It's still definitely a thing, and I do wonder how much that contributes to it too. Don't forget the financial aspect of some areas are funded for women and none are funded for men. I don't really understand that. Volcanology. Man, I wish I could have been a volcanologist. Hyperpower. Hello, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Thank you. Sorry, it was like 5 minutes ago. Oh god. I'm so far behind. I'm so sorry. Have you polled the community, like age, occupation, etc.? No, I have a kind of rough idea that like the majority of people are... My understanding based on talking to people is that the majority of people are post-college, like post-university. They are in a STEM field themselves, or they studied a STEM field. And the majority of people seem to be neurodivergent. That seems to be like my average audience member is a neurodivergent STEM major who now works maybe in a STEM field. But I would love to do like a census, you know? That would be really fun to do like a census of everybody. 33% of the people I know who made it into an Ivy League followed around for a year saying the word propeller repeatedly. What? What? Why were you following people around saying propeller? I have so many questions. You need free time to be a scholar and you need money and to have free time. Yeah, or you need somebody to give you money. Either way. And like being like an independent scholar now, it's like the only people I know who are like independent scholars, they're either bloggers. Like I know of a few people who are like Substack bloggers, and they get their living costs and their research covered by their Substack. Which, by the way, doing that with Twitch would be the ideal model, am I right? Or they get funded by some kind of suspicious philanthropic venture. But most people are attached to universities or non-profits or companies, and that's how they get their research funding. But then, like, you're kind of beholden to the grant money, as it were, or the company money, and then you need to research the specific things that they want. So you don't get like the flexibility that the nobles of old had. Yeah. Definitely fit the stereotype. I'm an outlier. Let's go. Yep. Okay. True on all counts apart from neurodivergence. My partner is though, so have I willed the community. I mean, I think that makes you honorary neurodivergent. We got into a discussion about beanies. He was rude and I'm a lunatic. I have so many questions. I still have so many questions. I got 1 out of 3. I'm high school educated, heavy truck mechanic, but I am neurodivergent. I think mechanic counts as STEM. If you're a machinist, or you work with machines in any way, I think that still counts as STEM. I would personally count that as STEM. Because you still have to, like, systematically think about things, right? And to some extent, there is sometimes an element of, like, you know, mess around, find out. Like sometimes the thing just doesn't work and you just can't work out why, and sometimes you fix the thing by doing something random and then you still can't work out why, and then you just keep prodding at it until you work it out. I think that's not so far off being a scientist, to be honest. I'm technically not neurodivergent because I've never been diagnosed, but followed someone, but again, I followed someone around for a year saying the word propeller, so yeah. Honorary. It has a lot of overlap in the problem solving space. Exactly. Got bachelor's in comp engineering, ADHD, and unemployed. I think unemployed also still counts. Like, it's not whether you are employed in a STEM field, it's whether, like, if you had a job, would you probably be in it? I think that's maybe a better way to describe it. Because there have been a few people that have been in chat over time where, like, they were unemployed and then they found a job and it ended up being in STEM. Or, like, they had a job in STEM and then they got laid off, or their project ended and now they're unemployed. I think it still counts, you know? Like, if you were employed, would you probably be in STEM? If so, then you meet the criteria for the average Psydere viewer. I was referring to having free time as a child to be able to peruse academia. It's very easy to be pigeonholed as a child. This is true. This is very, very true. I still don't know how I ended up, like, being kind of good at school. Because I think when I was very, very young, I was encouraged to, like, learn about stuff. But then in secondary school, like from 11 onwards, I really wasn't. Like, there was a lot of life stuff happening. Like, I had a kind of weird upbringing. So, yeah. I still don't know how I even passed my exams, to be honest, like with stuff that was happening in my life. Like, looking back, I'm always like, what? How? Statistically, I should not. Statistically, I shouldn't have even gone to uni. Yeah. Mechanics hate auto engineers because engineers force mechanics to become engineers. Yeah. That's kind of funny. I'm an editor with an English degree, but I'm still neurospicy. Good enough. To be fair, I may not be an outlier as I just haven't finished my degree yet. And I was told as a kid, if it gets too much, we can always pursue a diagnosis. So maybe, I think that counts. You tick off the honorary neurodivergent and you tick off the would have a STEM job if I had finished my degree yet. You know? My biggest fact is that I've seen and played with a 3T magnet sitting in an MRI machine in a non-hospital setting. That's extremely terrifying. If you went into volcanology, would you have been Voldere? No, I don't think I would have. I think I would have tried to make some kind of, like, volcanic rock pun, you know? Which a hi there, Cyberpunk, hi. Thank you for the lab station Richard check-in. I hope you're good. Yeah, because Psydere was meant to be like a joke to myself, basically, because I was like, the Dere types are personality types, but I also hate personality typology, so therefore I'm going to call myself Psydere, because my personality type is totally that I love psychology, but everybody knows that this is ridiculous because typology doesn't work. That was my thinking. It was a very, like, in my head it was funny. It wasn't funny. Shaking my SMH. Not STEM, I have a BA honours in photography and later stopped photography due to people judging me based on what I used to work with. And then I switched to PA because I was irritated with the whole clap for the NHS thing in COVID, so I just changed up. That's so fair. That's so fair. Autistic too. You check off the thing. I actually got annoyed in high school because I was way more hyper than all the ADHD kids. That's so funny. See, my name is easy. I farted a lot in middle school and I have no shame. Incredible. I love that. Yeah, sadly, we don't live in the Voldere timeline. It's true. Also, hi, Bismuth Sound. Hey, hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. And hi, Day. Hello, hello. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Is bismuth a volcanic rock? No, it's an element, isn't it? What's the one? Am I thinking of basalt? I think I'm thinking of basalt. Is it basalt or basalt? I never know what's the, like, stress that you're meant to put on that, actually. Hmm. Can I put honorary neurodivergent in Discord, in my Discord bio next to honorary Italian? Yes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Kermie. I drink. My name's based off a music album about a dystopian American future. Good thing that that isn't happening. Basalt does not sound right. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Basalt. But basalt? I've heard it said basalt many times. But maybe this is like a regional thing. Now I want to know. How do I say that? Basalt. Basalt. Okay. Basalt. I don't know. I don't know. It's a volcanic rock. That's all I know. Okay. Basalt. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. My dream volcanologist timeline is slipping away right in front of me. Also, nice to the gamer. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the lab safety register. No, wait. I just crossed my two. I just crossed my two scripts. Welcome into the lab safety register check-in. Brilliant. Okay. Welcome into the research participation pool. There we go. Good lord, that's probably a sign that I should go to bed. Oh dear. Goodbye and thank you for your company. I have to go back to work for a while, so maybe back if not. Thank you for your chat and your company. Thank you for joining us, Luke. Thank you. I hope work goes well. Wikipedia has audio recordings for many of the topics, does it? It doesn't have it for basalt? Basalt? Question mark. Obsidian is easier. This is true. I get so annoyed with professionals in our field pronouncing things wrong. I'm worried I'm gonna say that word wrong now. I feel that I may pronounce I pronounce many words wrong basically. Like I'm not good at working out how things are meant to be pronounced. This is not my this is not my skill. When I did a test once, my verbal fluency wasn't great. You may have noticed this over the course of the streams. Random question. How are you with horror games? Did I say hello to you yet, Teo? I think I did. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. My brain's starting to shut down. How are your horror games? And would you be interested in playing one? I would, actually. I believe I need to play one, actually. I believe I owe everybody a horror game to play from my subathon. I think I'm meant to do that. So yes. Yes. Assault, according to an online dictionary. Oh. Also, hi, Shark Bills, bro. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Do you have a Discord server? We do indeed, yes. Yes, exclamation mark Discord. Thank you, Bobo. Thank you. It's nearly impossible to correctly pronounce an unfamiliar word written in English. Why is the language like this? I question it myself so regularly. You're not directly in the field, so I won't judge you. Stereotypy. That's okay. That's how I would have said it. Okay, good. Stereotypy is how I would have said it. Because it's like stereo as a word and then tippy as a word. I can see people saying typey. That would annoy me. If people said stereotypy, that would annoy me. But stereotypy was how I would have said it anyway. Because it's like... Wait, what's another similar word? I can't think of a similar word off the top of my head, but I think I have heard a similar word. Oh. I plugged in basalt, question mark into Google Translate because I wanted to know how to pronounce it in my language, but Google just made it sound French. That's so funny. Oh, got a DM coming my way. Okay, interesting. Are you gonna stream it or just play it yourself? I will stream it. Yes, I will stream it. Are the room things pictures or videos or either? Either is fine. Either is fine. Yes. I can't do games or like, yeah, no, I can't play games on stream at the minute because of my horrible setup. I don't know when that's going to change. But it's like I have my list of things that I owe everybody and I will do it. And I promise that we will get to it, you know? Note that the O is a short O. Stereotypy. 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 I don't know if I'm saying it right. Now I'm anxious. I'd also accept stereotypy. Stereotype. That makes me sound Australian. Stereotype. Nah. No. Not the stereotype. No. Okay. I apologize profusely to any Australian that ever sees this. Right. No. Oh gosh. I'm not qualified to answer that question. Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. We'll do one more. We'll do one more question because this one made me smile. This one's from Boxim76. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no video games, or games unlimited games but no games? So for anyone who's unaware, this is a meme. It's not meant to make sense. It's not meant to make sense. Although I think it's a very clear question, actually. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no video games, or games unlimited games but no games? They missed out the commas. I think that makes it better, to be honest. Well, okay, my answer to this, I know my streamer well. She's choosing unlimited bacon. Devolk May, you don't know me very well, clearly, because I'm vegan. Vegan. Is it vegan? Oh, I am too. Yes. Is it vegan bacon? I don't even like vegan bacon. It doesn't specify if it's vegan or non-vegan bacon. Yeah, but I don't like vegan bacon. Oh, God. Vegan bacon broke the mic pickup. I'm sorry. I don't like vegan bacon. Like, the only vegan bacon that I've ever liked was, it was like a tempeh bacon. I can't remember what was the brand. It was so good. I loved that stuff. It was nothing like bacon, though. I have not been vegan policed, actually. Thank you very much. I've not been vegan policed. The thing about the vegan police is that they only have an issue with it if it's like A, intentional, and B, in the space of one year, because sometimes things happen unintentionally also. If you have 3 unintentional strikes within the space of a year, they'll ignore it. Because sometimes you just order something and then you take a bite out of it, and like you've ordered the vegan sandwich, which has vegan specifically goat's cheese, like goat's cheese equivalent, and roasted vegetables and nice vegan pesto, and then you take a bite into it and you're like, huh, that's oddly chewy, and then you spit it out and you realize it's real goat's cheese. So sometimes that happens. Or sometimes you go to a burrito place, like a deli style burrito place, and you ask for the vegan stuff, and they give you the vegan stuff, and then as you're eating it, you're going through it, and then you get a taste of something weird and disgusting in your mouth, and then you spit it out and you realize that there was a single shred of cheese in your burrito. So in those kinds of instances, you get 3 unintentional strikes a year and they will ignore it. Yeah. You don't lose your powers. Also, I would like to say I'm terribly sorry, everybody. Actually, magical girl powers, it's actually just vegan powers. Sorry, everyone. It's nothing special. You can do it too. Oh gosh. You don't eat fish? No, I don't eat fish. So vegan means that I don't eat meat. I don't eat fish. I don't eat seafood. I don't eat dairy products. I don't eat eggs. I don't eat honey. Nothing. Nothing that comes from an animal. Yeah. But bacon is necessary to be making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I put it in the pancakes. Bacon pancakes. It's true. It's true, but I would do tempeh instead. I'm so paranoid of such things. I always check the food I'm eating at restaurants. See, I should probably be more paranoid because I have a food allergy. I should probably be more paranoid, but my kind of general approach is like, I haven't died. So, like, if I make it out the other side of eating the food, it's probably fine. Oh. Only the vegan powers could help you tell if something is vegan or not. I know. Psydere was one of Ramona's ex-boyfriends. No comment. I remember one time my friend was talking about pesca over vegetarians, and I misheard it as pecto over vegetarians. I thought they only ate eggs and nipples. Oh, that's quite funny. If you were to eat fish, would you take the Christian doctrine that a capybara is a fish? No, they're too cute. Basically, like, my rule for food, you're welcome to laugh at this, but my rule for food is that, like, is it cute? Would I realistically be able to, like, kill it to eat it myself? And unfortunately for me, I've been built in a way where I find pretty much everything cute. Like, the house spider from the other day, it was massive. I thought it was cute. There was like a massive house spider that came out of my laundry. I thought it was cute. I can't kill it. And therefore, I would never eat anything that looked vaguely similar to it. I think fish are cute. I think sheep are cute. I think cows are really cute. I think that pigs are cute. So I don't want to do anything that harms them, so that's why I'm a vegan. And the food allergies don't help also. Also, hi Spooky One, thank you for the live stream to register check-in. And also, hi Frost, hi. Hello. Isn't honey largely ethically sourced? It depends. Commercially produced honey normally involves, like, killing the bees when they harvest the honey, so I can't. Like, you don't, a lot of the times it's really hard to know where it's come from, so I just don't, you know? Yeah. Would you eat things like eggs or honey if they were produced from your own animals? No, because I find them gross. That's the other thing, is that, like, I've been vegan for a really long time. I've been vegan for like 15 years. So I just find the concept of eating things that have come out of an animal, like another animal, like kind of gross now. And like eggs are so gross, dude. Like, why do y'all eat those? Ew. Do you know where they come from? And you eat that? Gross. Like that, honestly, like it's equally like food allergies plus ethics plus just like sheer disgust at the fact that that's come out of another creature. I never used to be like this. I never used to find it as disgusting, but now I'm just like, ew. The egg, ew. That's weird. Why do they kill the bees? Because it's easier. So basically a lot of the times what they will do with commercial honey production is that they will fish out the queen because like she's the only thing that you need to restart the hive, and then they'll kill the rest of the bees because it's easier to kill them than to relocate them. Yeah. What's your stance on human breast milk? Why has this become an interrogating my vegan ethics stream? What is going on? My stance on breast milk is like, yeah, someone can consent to it as long as it's not done under duress. Like, go for it, girly. But also, I still think that's gross. In the same way that I also think that cow's milk is gross. Would you rather buy Labubus or Dubai chocolate? What? Neither. I wish I could use my other model so I could make the solid gold Bubu joke. No. Oh, this is such a wasted opportunity. Ask me that again when I've got my other model, please. Drinking milk is a weird thing to think about. Yeah, it makes me feel weird. It makes me feel itchy, and not just because I've got a cow milk allergy, you know? Yeah. Cheese is my only weakness, but I'm trying to fight it. A lot of people say this. To be fair, I did get in some ways a weird genetic buff by having an allergy, you know? Because like I can't eat cheese. Like I think the only cheese. So I developed my like cow's milk allergy very rapidly, suddenly. I literally woke up overnight. I had developed an allergy. So like one morning when I was like 13, I had, you know, cereal for breakfast, as I always did. And I broke out in hives and had a really serious asthma attack and had to go to hospital. That's the story of my cow's milk allergy. Like it just happened one day as I was going through puberty. And it never went away. I had a bunch of other allergies that all went away eventually, but like that was one of the ones that never did. So like I had to like, I was forcibly detoxed from cheese overnight actually. And you know, I think it's kind of a buff in that way. I used to still eat like halloumi and feta and stuff, as long as they were like the actual stuff, not like the, you know, that sometimes halloumi and feta, they say it's halloumi or feta, and then it's actually like fake. It's cow's milk and it's fake. But proper halloumi and feta are made out of goat's milk or sheep's milk. And then I used to still eat those for a long time. But then I went vegan and I stopped eating them. So yeah. Yeah, killing the bees allows for harvesting of more honey at a time instead of having to leave enough for them to survive the winter. Exactly. Exactly. How do you feel about cute fruit? I don't find I don't find fruit particularly cute. Like if it was if it had cute eyes on it, I probably wouldn't eat it. Can you be a cannibal if it was an ugly person? No, because I think people are cute. I think people are nice generally. I know several people that have bees and they say that if they wanted to sell the honey, then the biggest cost is to buy the cans to store the honey in. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah. Would you eat artificial meat? I have no ethical problems with it, but I wouldn't eat it because I find it gross. Yeah, like I have no like moral issues with artificial meat, like lab grown meat, because as far as I'm concerned, like if it replaces the real thing, that's amazing. And you know, I don't personally have an issue with like, you know, harvesting some stem cells to offset large quantities of suffering. Like that doesn't bother me, you know. I think it makes sense. But yeah, I still wouldn't eat it just because I personally find it gross. Also, like, if I accidentally have, like, say for example, if I go get a burrito and then they accidentally have like a bit of like meat mixed in, I always get so sick afterwards. It's not even like a conscious thing. I always have to like trace it back to like, did I have like a, did I have something that could have been cross-contaminated potentially? And it's always like if I went to like a salad bar or a burrito place or something like that, and then I'm like, oh, there might have been some cross-contamination either from cheese or meat. Like I normally work it out retrospectively. So like it's not even like a mental thing. It's not me like convincing myself it's making me sick. That does actually make me really ill, which makes sense because it's been 15 years. My gut microbiome has probably significantly changed. Yeah. Little angry Korean woman is lactose intolerant and I have to carry enzymes for it because she and all of my Korean friends just YOLO cheese. That's so funny. That's so funny. I was only aware of people becoming lactose intolerant way later in life after I got to know more about Westerners because because it's non-existent here. That's so interesting. Yeah. So mine's not lactose intolerance though. Mine's like an actual allergy. Like I have an actual allergic response to things. So it like in theory, if I was force-fed enough cheese, it could potentially kill me. Because like I break out in hives and I start itching and I like my throat closes up and stuff. Thankfully that's not happened in a very, very long time because like I just don't interact with it anymore. But yeah. But you can just become allergic to something. It does happen. It's like surprisingly common. You just wake up one day and you have an allergy now. One day we'll all eat nutrient paste. I mean, there was a period of my life of like three to 6 months while I was in grad school where I survived off nothing but Huel. So I feel like that's not even that far off, to be honest. Gut biome also always amuses me because there's a book called The Biology of Star Trek. One of the things that it talks about is the transporter biofilter likely filters out gut microbiome, meaning that everybody is eating a ton of yogurt off camera to replenish it. That's so funny. To be fair, if anyone being force-fed enough cheese would kill them, this is true. But for me, it would be significantly less. And I would just explode. Happened with me and cashews. I'm more allergic to cashews than I am to histamine. Yeah, it's weird how it just happens, right? It's weird how it just happens. I'm glad my only allergy is sneezing easily. Oh, yeah. I have that too. I don't know if you can hear it. I never know how like prominent it is in my voice, but like my sinuses are constantly clogged up because I have an allergic response to something all the time. And then I wore gloves on my hand cam stream because like one of my hands is just entirely covered in eczema. It's really gross. It looks so nasty. It's so itchy. It's painful. It bleeds randomly. Like it's not good. I couldn't hear it, but now I can. Oh, great. Yeah, I have to like go and clear my passages sometimes. It's horrible. It's so horrible. But yeah. Yeah. So the allergies are permanent and I'm on quite strong anti-allergy medication that I have to take every day. And it's fine. It could be worse. There are worse like chronic health things to deal with, you know. I had to drink goat's milk as a child in the early 90s. That was before you had non-dairy or non-cow equivalents easily available in stores. We had to go to an inner city farm to buy goat's milk. 4 to 6 year old me got to know the goats and I even helped milk them and watched as ice cream was made. That's kind of cute. I kind of love that. I wouldn't drink it though. I was lucky. I was like of the age where like soy milk was available, but it was disgusting, you know? Like now, they've done a pretty good job of like refining it. And like, let's be honest, why would you choose soy milk nowadays when there's like oat? Like, unless you have an allergy to like oats or almonds or whatever, why would you choose soy milk? It's objectively the worst one out of all of them. But yeah. I hope it gets better, thank you. It probably won't, I'm not gonna lie. It's like a chronic thing. But yeah. have dry skin on my wristwatch that's driving me mental. See, mine's like that, but it's like, how can I describe this? What is this in centimeters? Like the width of a phone, basically. So like if you put your phone up to your wrist, like the width of your phone, not like the thin side. Like, okay, wait. If you hold your phone in your hand, your smartphone, hold it in your hand, there's like the short x-axis, the long y-axis, and then the very, very short z-axis, okay? The x-axis, that down my wrist. This is such a weird way to describe it. I don't have a ruler. But yeah, like the x-axis of your phone down my wrist, that much down my wrist is covered in it. And then it's like my entire right hand is like, well, not my entire, I'd say like about a third of my right hand is just covered in pain. Pain, dryness, itchiness, suffering. Yes. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. I just moisturize. Moisturize me. Soy milk's great. SMH, Chili Chad, stay winning. No. I like oat. Soy milk has less carbs than oat milk. I don't care about carbs. As long as things are like broadly balanced, it's fine, right? I'm getting the right amount of calories. I'm getting enough protein. It's all of the amino acids. Aside from that, I don't really care. Yeah! Soy milk though, but on a serious note, soy milk is a pretty important part of my protein intake, so I rarely substitute it for oat milk. See, that's fair. I'm not like overly active, so I don't bother. I just have oat milk instead. But then I eat a lot of beans, so that's my protein, I guess. I eat so many beans and like so much tofu and stuff. I just don't like it as a drink. Yeah. Oat milk's tasty, but I have a friend who's very anti-soy, and every time I ordered an oat latte, he would basically give me a lecture about how I'm basically drinking vegetable oil. That's so weird. Oh god, not the seed oils. No. Not the seed oils. No. Hi, Nightmite. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yes, beans, yes. The soybean video covers amino acid and nutritional information. This has been sat on my to-watch. I apologize. Ever since you released it, it's been sat on my to-watch and I haven't got around to it yet. And that makes me sad. Wait, let me. I'm doing, that's extremely relatable. That's extremely relatable. What? Hello? Ah, I understand. Almond milk? I'm not mad on almond milk. Bobo, I'm trying to find your channel and I can't find it. I'm sorry. There you are. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it, because I'm silly. That's the reason why. Is it okay if I link your soybean video in the chat, Bobo? Yes, I found it. It was spelling mighty wrong. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's Bobo's soybean. Wait, is this the right one? Have I linked to the right one? Yes, I have. Okay, good. I just realized there was the citations preview that I'd like watched, and then I was like, oh no, there was another one. But yes, Bobo does very, very cool educational content about a range of nutritional stuff, biology stuff. Extremely cool. Also, there's some satisfying, definitely not edible things in the shorts that sometimes I want to eat. Our milk is just a little high in fats for most information-based economies, but it's fine. Yeah, I just don't like it that much, to be honest. Like I also just don't like the taste of soy milk that much. Like I choose oat because of the taste, and also because it has the nicest like texture in coffee, I think. Those are the reasons, honestly. There's no more fancy reasons than that. I don't really think about the nutrition that hard, to be honest. Because like I more think about nutrition in terms of my meals, and honestly, like I don't really use plant milk in meals. I use it for tea. So yeah. Tea and coffee. I drink more soy milk if I didn't have a mild allergy to it, but not to tofu. Allergies are weird. Yeah, right? They're so weird. I can like, there are some soaps that I'm allergic to, and there can be like the same soap. Like it's basically the same soap, but like there's like one ingredient different, and I'll have an allergic reaction to one and not the other. But then it will be like a third one that has the same ingredients as the one that I'm allergic to, and then I'm fine with that one. It's like, why? Why are you doing this? Did you answer the question, or did we get sidetracked with veganism and allergies? I think I was answering the question, because I can't. Like, it's fun. Like, I can't. Like, unlimited bacon is not an option to me. So I don't even think this is getting sidetracked. I'm a carnivore, but I prefer soy and oat milk for convenience. Very little UHT cow's milk to be had in Canada. I grew up on soy and cow milk, and I like oat milk. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people that have kind of swapped over it, especially oat milk for coffee. Like, a lot of people I know seem to think that, like, oat milk is a lot better in coffee. Yeah. I just want you to eat fiber, cries in the reports I get every fall. I eat a lot of fiber. You don't even know how much fiber I eat. Like, my lunchtime meal today, I made like a, what's it called? What's like there's like a Singaporean dish.
My
beans, yeah. There's like a Singaporean dish. Laksa. Yeah, like Malaysian, Singapore, Indonesian. So I made that, right, for my lunch today, okay? And it was basically just vegetables. Like, it was just like the soup base, and then noodles, and then just vegetables and beans. So, like, most of my meals are very heavily fibrous, you know? Large quantities of fiber in my food. Welcome back, Luke! Welcome! I get oat milk as a powder because I can't ever finish a jug. I can make it to need, so I feel like I'm not throwing away half a container. Interesting. See, I just use it in cooking. That's my solution. I'm like, oh, my oat milk's gonna go off. I'll just put it in some kind of soup. Hi, Tommy, hi. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm okay. How are you? I hope you're good. So then games but no games? I feel like it's not fair though if I can't make the decision myself. Like, you could give the bacon to people. Well, no, because it's still contributing to the death of pigs. So as a vegan, I actually can't choose unlimited bacon unless it's unlimited vegan bacon, in which case, yes, I would choose the unlimited vegan bacon and then give it out to people so that maybe they like it, and then maybe they would choose a more environmentally friendly food option, you know? Potentially. If it was unlimited tofu, I definitely chose that. Like, do you know how expensive that stuff is here in Ireland? It's so expensive here. If it was unlimited tofu, I would just jump straight in for that. Like, I don't even need to give up I will give up all of the games. I will never play House Flipper again. Can the question be an existential crisis? I mean, you're welcome to submit a question that's an existential crisis. I can't stop you. Oh dear. I could do vegan bacon, but heck with turkey or chicken bacon. Ugh. See, I never had turkey or chicken bacon, so I don't know how bad they are. Oat milk and soup. I'll have to do some research. I'm not saying it's necessarily good. I'm just saying I don't like food waste, so I will eat weird things to avoid food waste, you know? It never specifies the mechanism for the bacon to be created. Perhaps it's unlimited bacon from a void, and you could replace the entire pig farming market. That's true. That is true. Is it like unlimited lab-grown bacon? But then I would have to convince people to not to eat it still though. I'd have to be like, trust me, replace your bacon with this bacon, and they would have to trust me on it. So yeah. Doing fine, even though when I went to teach college students, they thought I was one of them. And when I said I was the sub, they were like, no way, it happened twice. Oh, I feel you. This has happened to me so many times. When I was in my last year of my PhD, I went to a conference, okay? I went to a conference. So bear in mind, like, late 20s, okay? Late 20s. I went to a conference at a different university. It was like somewhere in England. And I was staying at a hotel. This conference happened to be like during Freshers Week. I got into the lift, or maybe it was just before Freshers Week. Actually, it was like the week before Freshers Week. I got into the lift in the hotel, and a nice person gets in the lift with me. But this person's visibly very young. Like, they're obviously 18. And then they turn around to me and they're like, oh, hi, hello. Are you starting uni here? I'm really excited. I'm going to be starting my bachelor's. And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm 10 years older than you. Like, I'm finishing my PhD. Like, I'm a TA. Not at this university even, I'm at another university, I'm here for a conference. And they were like, I'm sorry. So yes, I feel you. It happens to me too. It happens to me too. What if it was a magical picture of never-ending bacon? I mean, I still can't do anything with that. I still have to convince people to just trust my picture of bacon. Is vegan bacon good? I tried it a long time ago and it was not good. So I've been avoiding meat replacements, but apparently they're much better now. Yeah, it depends on when you had it. I would say vegan bacon, by and large, is still not very good. I don't like it, but then I was never mad on like real bacon either. So yeah. I would say if you're going to try a meat replacement, unironically, one of my favorite things is the IKEA plant balls. Like if you ever go to IKEA, try the plant balls. Like just try one of the like small little ones from the bistro, because it's not it's not super expensive. It's like a few pounds. Or like yeah. Go do that. Go do that. Try the plant balls. Just give them a try, you know? Just lie to people. That's not ethical. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to deceive people as per the British Psychological Society research ethics guidelines. My wife has the opposite problem. She also hates food waste, but also hates a lot of food. So I have to play the role of trash bin, but I have to smile about it. Oh no. See, I didn't get like the taste or texture aversions that a lot of autistic people do. I will literally eat anything as long as it's vegan. Like, I haven't really found many things that I really don't like. The only thing that I would say that I'm really not mad on is, like, licoricey flavors. But even then it varies. Like, salted licorice I do like. But it's more like licoricey flavors in things that aren't licorice, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. You can undercut market pressure. You can undercut the market and market pressure can force the change. Oh no. Mid-20s here, they were younger than me by a few years. Yeah. I mean, I was late 20s. Like they were a whole 10 years out with me. It was pain. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. But on the other side, I was the cool new teacher and taught them quantum physics using anime. Let's go! That's so cool. I love that. I love that. Can I ask questions in chat or via the form? Please via the form, because you can probably tell I'm horribly behind on chat again. But also, I'm also horribly behind on the form. So this isn't like a put in the question now and I will do it now. This is like a you're putting it in the bank for us to do eventually type of thing. I'm such a mess. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. I had a veggie patty this week, sweet potato base and whole chickpeas. It was good without pretending to be meat. Yes! I love those kinds of veggie patties. They're so good. I love them so much. I love them so much. When they've got whole beans in, that's my favorite. Or whole chickpeas. So good. I've been mistaken for a student or grad student when I started taking shop when I've never really went to higher ed. This is by professors or other STEM professionals. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. I think I just kind of look a bit young, you know? I think that's why people just look at me and they're like, they always assume I'm younger than I am, you know? I'm still a little salty about John B. Watson. Why are you salty about John B. Watson? So basically, would I rather have nothing or nothing? The choice has to be nothing. Exactly. I'm stuck with my choice being nothing no matter what I want, you know? Is it wrong when I hear someone say, I feel your pain? I want to say, well, then take this and punch myself. No, that's actually very funny. I don't know why I say things like that. I say things like that to make it seem like I'm empathizing, but I actually don't feel your pain. I'm actually clinically deficient in effective empathy. But I have a lot of cognitive empathy, I swear. You know? I try my best. When they did my when they did my empathy test, they were like, whoa, that's practically non-existent. And I was like, yeah. When I see other people suffering, I feel nothing for them. But I also feel bad because it makes me angry, you know? Because it's, I feel like it's morally wrong, and that makes me very angry. Yes. And I think that approximately fills the role of empathy in most people, right? So if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. If unlimited games includes unlimited time to play them, or like at least 2 to 4 hours a week without distracting from other responsibilities, easily games, otherwise bacon. This is good logic. This is good logic. But the thing is that the choice is, would you rather have unlimited bacon and no video games, or games, unlimited games, but no games? Yeah. You're good at pretending. That's good enough. Thank you. My masking is very good quality. I hate John B. Watson's Little Albert experiment, and I'm disgusted by his legacy in advertising. That's so fair. I forgot about Little Albert for a second. That's extremely fair. I might have forgotten who Watson was for a minute. Yeah, no, I think most people hate Little Albert study. I think that's a fairly widespread feeling. And you're not a CEO? Do you think that I have potential? Do you think I have potential in the business field because I feel no effective empathy? The answer is no, because I've got very, very strong morals. They also told me that this was abnormal, like clinically abnormal, but in the other direction. I had too much of it. Software emulation of empathy, genuinely, actually. So I was like, I do not feel your pain, but I see that you're in pain and I would have none of it. Exactly! Exactly. I do not feel your pain, but I am actually offended by the concept of you being in pain. Nobody should have to deal with that. And now I'm motivated to do something about it. Little Albert, the Milgram study, and the Stanford prison experiment are the kind of archetypal, unethical psych experiments. Yeah, they are. They were really bad. They were so bad. Although, like, the Stanford prison experiment name kind of annoys me because it wasn't an experiment. Why do we call it that? It wasn't an experiment. I'm annoyed. When I see bad things, I just become detached. I feel like a person watching a show and I just resolve the issues in a list if possible. Yeah, I think I'm kind of the same. But, like, if I see somebody crying, I don't feel sad. And, like, for most of my life, like, even watching media, like, I would watch sad media and I just genuinely wouldn't feel anything. I'm a bit more, like, emotional when I'm watching stuff now. But I think it's more because, like, I've had my own life experiences, but when I was younger, I didn't even have any life experiences to relate it to. So, yeah. Don't know. Now I'm questioning, what is empathy? Shall we find out? Let's find out. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Wikipedia is a trusted and valid source, right? Empathy is generally described as, drumroll please, the ability to perceive another person's perspective, to understand, feel, and possibly share and respond to their experience. Yeah. So, yeah, emotional reciprocity, understanding each other's feelings. So I don't understand other people's feelings. Like, that's my default, is that someone's like, I am sad, and I'm like, huh? Or they're like, I am... In all honesty, if I'm being completely honest, when somebody's like, I am sad about this thing, I'm like, okay. But I have trained myself to now be like, oh no, tell me more, you know? Because, like, for me, if I don't understand it, like, if I don't understand, like, the mechanism that is driving why they're sad, or why they're angry, or why they're upset, or anything like that, then, like, I just cannot understand their perspective, basically. Like, I lack the ability to put myself in other people's shoes effectively. But, like, if they explain it, like, if I have the opportunity to ask questions and, like, clarify how they feel about certain things and clarify why especially they feel certain things, then I can start to understand it. I don't think I put myself in their shoes still, but I can at least like kind of reason it, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's something that I've really, really struggled with for my whole life, frankly. Yeah, I don't feel things when people are upset, apart from, like, if I think that something morally wrong has happened, then I feel angry. But it's not like it's not driven by what they're feeling. It's more driven by my response to what they're feeling. And it took me a very, very long time to understand that. Like, I had to do a lot of therapy and a lot of being like, why do people instinctively know to, like, hug their friend when they're crying? Like, because I see someone crying, I genuinely just don't feel anything. Like, it does nothing to me. Yeah. So I've had to kind of train myself to respond in, like, appropriate ways. And I had to do a lot of exploring to try and work out, like, what can I do to give me the best. If I'm lacking this as like an innate skill, what can I do to kind of, like, fill in the gaps? Because it is very important for any kind of social interaction, is to be able to understand other people. And I think I've got there. I think I'm a lot better at it now. But yeah, it takes a lot of work for me, and I find it quite tiring, to be honest. Yeah. I gifted you 3 of the most existential crisis questions I've ever thought about and wrote while doing a research paper. Good luck. I'm living in fear. Thank you. Have you ever had a CT scan? How is your mirror neuron region? I've never had a CT scan. I might be having one soon-ish. Well, I say soonish. This is... I might be having one at some point in the next few years, given waiting lists. If I see another man hitting the crotch area and cringe inside, I have empathy, even if I don't have those pieces of anatomy. Yes, exactly. Whereas, like, if I see that, I don't feel anything. Empathy is to feel the sadness and heartbreaks of another person. Yes. Well, yeah, I guess that's kind of a cute way to put it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't feel those. There's a distinction between empathy and sympathy. Empathy is understanding. Sympathy is feeling because of what happened to them. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. I always thought it was the other way round. Huh. Buddy Love, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. It's understandable. It's a core autism deficit, yes. And I very much have it. Hardware-wise, empathy is from the mirror neurons in your brain. It's the part of your brain that projects yourself onto other people. It's how we can learn by example. For example, monkey see, monkey do. Yeah, I would be interested to see how that works for me, because in some ways I can copy things, and in other ways I really can't. So like I can't copy someone else's movements, for example. I just can't do it. Like I tried to do dance lessons when I was a kid, and I just and we don't talk about those dance lessons. They were atrocious. But yeah, like if I'm trying to learn like a skill or something, I can't mimic other people's movements. I can't do that. But I think what I can do is recognize patterns. So if I see like one instance of something happening, then I don't copy it. Kate Priest, hey! Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Thank you. Wait, do I not follow you? Wait. I don't follow you. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello. Hi, everybody. My name's Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. Today we're answering psychology questions. I swear the question on screen is one that was submitted by a viewer. I have nothing to do with it. But we ended up going on a weird tangent about like ethics, food ethics specifically. And now we're going on a tangent about autism and empathy. So welcome in, raiders. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Reese. And Lev, you were doing a collab. Oh, that's so cool. You were doing a paper review. I love that so much. Wait, let me give you a shout out too. When the thing loads. When it loads. Yeah. There we go. Is it gonna let me shout you out? Oh, I have to wait 59 seconds. Brilliant. But yeah, you're both like in medicine, right? You're both in medicine. Extremely cool. Please go follow both of them, everybody, if you don't already. And for everybody that's joined us, hi. Yeah, I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. We're answering psychology questions today. I swear this is a viewer submitted psychology question. I swear. But yeah, sometimes we also do paper reviews and play games sometimes and do art and yap and stuff. I kind of do a variety of stuff, to be honest. Yeah. King Priest and Lev, if you both need to like take a break, get away from the PC, etc., please do it. Self-care is really important. But yeah, tell me about the paper. What was it about? Oh, it's about AI therapy. And it took us 3 hours to get through the summary. I feel so validated. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, this is a thing. It's so hard to read papers on stream. Everybody's like, haha, it took 3 hours for you to get through the abstract. I'm telling you, it's so hard to read a paper when people are watching, and there's like the peer pressure of you reviewing it in front of people, and then on top of that, you're also having interesting conversations. Thank you, I feel validated. How was the paper though? I hope it was good. And also, hi Haika, hi, welcome. Thank you for joining us from the raid. To be fair, you are last place on the spreadsheet. I don't need your negativity, okay? Okay, you can see it as I'm slower at reading the paper, or you can see it as I'm more interactive. It could be either. Is this gonna work now? There we go. Yeah. Yippee. I got a train to catch, so I can't stay long, but happy raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Go grab your train. Very detail orientated, very demure. Exactly. I'm just viewer interaction focused. We just wanna talk about things like the methodology in detail, you know. If we end up going on a 25-minute tangent about how a certain sampling method doesn't make sense, then that's what happens, you know? Like, it is what it is. Oh dear. Sorry, Kioff, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. You read what you were given informed consent for, right? Oh, dear. Interactive science communication. Is that what they call distracting your professor so they forget to check your homework? Yes, but thankfully I'm not a professor anymore. Heck yeah. I know, I'm going to discuss with my therapist next time. Oh, gosh. Yes. Yes, we were talking about empathy. So we were talking about empathy and how it's multifaceted. And part of it is about how you, like, feel other people's emotions. Part of it is how you understand their experiences, like take their perspective, stuff like that. And I was saying how I'm clinically deficient in it. I've been diagnosed as having basically no effective empathy. Basically no effective empathy. And then also, what was it? What are the facets? What are the facets? I have cognitive empathy, but I'm very bad at perspective taking. That was the thing. So like once I'm like able to probe into somebody's stuff, like once I'm able to probe into somebody's like feelings, I'm good at cognitive empathy, but it takes me a long time to get there. I have to ask a lot of questions. It doesn't come naturally. But effective empathy are just none. I have none. Oh, like everyone else is freaking out about something and I'm just like, why is everybody freaking out? What's going on? Oh dear. Right, let's see. Where are we at? I'm kind of troubled that empathy is getting politicized. Like, some people are going full on like empathy is a weakness. And people in the other direction are responding with empathy is a core trait of moral being, which I feel veers into ableism. Yeah, it's messy, isn't it? It's messy. I mean, it's like a lot of things in psychology, a lot of constructs in psychology, or a lot of constructs just about personal differences. Like all of these things end up being politicized if it works for the narratives that are being used, and it's not great. It's not great. It's a pain. It's pain. Yeah. Is the Q&A going to be on YouTube? It will be on my VODs channel. I put everything on my VODs channel now. I'm so good at it. I'm so up to date. Empathy is basically about instinctively relating to other people's experiences. You can relate to experiences unsympathetically, and likewise, you can also be sympathetic to experiences that you aren't relating to. Ah, I see. Yeah, because the difference between empathy and sympathy always like, I don't know why. It always confuses me. I don't know why. I feel like it's actually a very simple, straightforward concept, but I'm just bad at it. So hi, Abyss, hi, Ashley, hi. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. I hope you're good. How are you doing? And Kiri, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. Look at me, I'm hydrating. Okay. Question. Let's do another question. Let's see, what have we got here? This, no. This, there we go, okay. Okay. What's the next question? That's a difficult question, actually. Oh no. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. This is a question from Wild Max Plays. How does one even begin with writing a paper? I mean, I know how, but like, how does one begin? For example, you've conducted a little Likert scale thingy, and now you have the data, you've interpreted it. Now what? So, okay, so to be fair, not the whole process, just literally the situation of like just sitting down and writing the thing. Okay. That's a bit more manageable than I assumed it would be off the top of my head. Okay. Right. So in terms of just sitting down and writing, this is what I do. First of all, I pre-register all of my research. So my methods section is already written. And that makes life so much easier. You just have to go back and change the tense of the verbs, basically. So There you go. You've instantly already got 1,000 to 2,000 words sorted. Cool. The next thing that I do after that is I go and write the results. So I run all of the tests, I look at the outputs, and then I write them up. So with that, I'll look at what all of the hypotheses are, and then I will do the analysis that I need to do for that hypothesis, and then I will literally just go through and just I break it down into subsections normally, depending on the research question that they're addressing. And within that, there might be 1 to 3 hypotheses, basically. And then, yeah, APA style is what we use in psychology. It's very formulaic. So you can literally just be we conducted a t-test comparing group A against group B. And then you put in brackets what the mean is for each group. We found a significant difference between group A and group B. And then you say what the direction was. And then you say whether that was in line with the hypothesis or not. And then you just keep going through basically on that formula throughout the whole results section. Then I go back to the introduction. Because you want to make, once you've got the results, you want to make sure that your introduction and discussion section, those are the ricey bits. You want to make sure that they're telling a nice story, basically. So, normally I've got a bit of an introduction written from my pre-registration anyway, or my protocol. So, I will then go back and take what I've already got, flesh it out a bit more, add in some more references. Again, it kind of follows a structure. Normally you want your introduction to kind of be like an upside down triangle, basically. So you start off really, really broad. You define the words that you're going to use, basically, the concepts that you're researching, you define them. And then you talk very, very broadly about why it is worth researching, basically. And then you go into the more specifics of what you want to research. And then if you're pulling together a few different areas of research, then you go through each of them. You're this is thing A, this is thing B, this is thing C. As in, this is what the research tells us about those 3 things. And then you're I am looking at the intersection of thing A, B, and C. And then if there's been any previous studies, you talk about them. If there hasn't, then you're I couldn't find anything. Never say that there isn't anything, because you don't know if there's something hiding in a database somewhere that you just can't find. Never say that it's not been done. It might have been done. Always say that you just can't find it. Yes. And then you put your research questions, and then you detail your hypotheses, and then you're back onto your methods section. You can just skip over that and go down to your discussion section, where you link. Basically, you go. What I normally do is I go through the results, and I talk about how my results matched or didn't match what was in the introduction. But then you also have to kind of interpret them more broadly as well. You kind of have to think about are there any other potential variables that might have played a role? Are there other theories that I didn't talk about in the introduction? Could my finding, I was maybe researching this in the scheme of theory A, but my findings didn't align with it. Do they better fit with theory B? That's the kind of thing that you do in your discussion section. And you also talk a bit about the limitations of your research. Very, very important to talk about how your generalizability is constrained. And then make a few suggestions for what people could do in the future. Yeah. That is basically how I write a paper. Honestly, I feel the best thing that you can do to understand how to write a paper is to read a bunch of them. That's the best thing that you can do. Because different fields have different requirements, different standards, even different formatting. So read papers in the field that you want to write the paper in, and then kind of draw inspiration from that, I guess. Yeah. Can you also talk a little bit about selecting a research question, how to get inspiration from that? Honestly, my biggest inspiration for research questions is just stuff that I'm interested in is inherently. If I find myself going down a weird Wikipedia rabbit hole, then I'm this is something that I could make a research program about. my research questions, I'm being so honest here, they're just entirely special interest driven. Yeah. But yeah, you normally, like, I would start off with something kind of broad, and then I would kind of hone it down based on the literature that I'm reading. So I might just like start off with a really broad thing, like, why do people believe conspiracy theories? And then I would hone it down to like, okay, there's a lot of research on this. Maybe I want to look at one specific type of conspiracy theory. So why do people believe conspiracy theories about climate change, for example? And then I might be like, okay, there's also a lot of research on this. Maybe I want to look at like how political beliefs affect it. So then I'll be like, how do, you know, like people with a strong political ideology, why do they believe conspiracy theories? And then I might be like, okay, there's still a fair amount of research on this. Maybe I want to specifically take an intergroup perspective on it. So then I'll be like, how do intergroup processes affect belief in conspiracy theories? And then I'll just kind of like keep getting more specific. Basically, that's how I would whittle it down. I wish I could show you like a concrete example of my PhD thesis, but unfortunately it's very, very heavily politicized and also would dox me, so not ideal. But like my PhD thesis is a very good example of like how to do it, and it's obviously one that I know very, very intimately, so yeah. I personally take all of my research and organize it, and then just start by giving like a general introduction with some simple, sometimes silly examples, and then I go deeper. Yeah, I don't know how I do it. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, that's kind of a mood. Like when you have to sit and explain it, like it's really hard to explain how to write a paper. It is very much more of a like you have to learn it by doing type of thing, I think. Yeah. The second that you say this has never been done, reviewer 3, who wrote their literal dissertation on the exact thing, says, oh really? Exactly. Exactly. Why do people in Britain believe beans? Conspiracy theories. Politicized sounds fun. No, scary. Scary. Gotta go pick up my dinner for my brother. It's been fun. Love talking psychology with you. Thank you for joining us. I hope your dinner goes well. I hope your dinner goes well. Thank you for joining us, Factions Incarnate. Have a good rest of your day. Right, I'm going to have a wee look at what this last question is here. Oh, no, we're not doing that one. That's too clinical. That is also clinical. I can't answer that one. That's also... What the hell? That's also clinical. I can't answer that one. Guys, please don't use my Q&A form as a place to trauma dump. What? What? Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna share the details of these questions, but I will just like broadly say, I will give you just a little bit of insight as to what some of these are. One of them is like, I have problems getting stuff done. Why do I do that? I can't answer that. One of them is actually a very good question, but it's just not one in my area of expertise. So this is fine to share. Navishka says, what do you think about the conflict? What do you think about the psychodynamic tradition and approach, specifically about the conflict between quote unquote mainstream psychology with stats and numbers and the psychodynamic approach with its transference, countertransference, unconscious defenses, etc.? I can't really answer that because I'm not in the clinical field, but it's a very, very interesting question. It's an interesting question. One person has put in saying, I've finished studying and I'm scared and I think I'm lazy. Help. I'm spiraling. I can't help with that. I can't help with that. I'm not a clinical psychologist. Please go and, like, if you feel bad about yourself, please go and get help. Like, genuinely, please consider going to get some mental health support. If you feel yourself spiraling, I can't help you with that. I'm not that kind of psychologist. Yeah, and then another person has said, my ex keeps appearing in my dreams. And then there's a bunch of like trauma dumping. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't help with this. Cat Elvis has asked, what is your opinion on predictive coding theory and what about opponent process theory, if you know what those are? I have vaguely recognized them as some... Oh, wait, I should make the mental health thing. I should make that available to... I should make this available. I'm not sure if this is just mods that can do this. Yeah. But yeah, I vaguely know what those things are, but I think they're neuroscience and I don't feel knowledgeable enough to comment on them. This is a good question. This is one that I can answer. Okay. This is one that I can answer, I think.
Good night. I will be finished with work on Monday, so I don't know if I will available to see streams next week, so please take my bits and have a lovely night to you and chat. Thank you for your company.
Lyric, thank you so much for the 400 bits and thank you so much for hanging out with us as well. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for for vibing with us. I hope the work goes well. I hope that work goes well. Yeah. have a good evening. I hope you sleep well. Oh, wait, are you sleeping or are you working? I hope that whatever you're doing goes well. Thank you for joining us. I mentioned you to my ex and she was wondering if she could ask you a question about a friend who has had some mental health problems, and I had to explain that you're not a medical psychologist. Yeah. Yeah. I get this a lot, actually, to be honest. Even in real life, I get it quite a lot. This feels like comp sci professor being asked how to fix a computer. Kind of gives that energy, doesn't it? Okay, so the good news is we only have 40 questions left. Oh. I will never finish these questions. No, we will finish these questions. We will finish these questions. We will get through them. I'm determined. I'm determined to get through them. 40. Yep. There's still 40. Sleep. It's a live-in job. Oh, I see. I see. Yes. Get some good sleep. Get some good sleep. Add more. Sweats nervously. How many did we start with today? I don't know. I've not been paying attention, actually. And I've had to skip over quite a lot because they've not been things that I can answer. So, maybe there's one more, actually. Maybe there's one more that we can... Oh, I don't know, actually, because I'm hungry. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner. We've been streaming for quite a while as well, actually. Wow, almost 5 hours. Goodness gracious. That's a long time. Sufferathon 3.0. If I may, okay, unironically, there might one day be a time where I need to like write a lot, right? Because I have to publish my papers, right? So maybe we will one day do the Sufferathon again. Maybe there will be another Sufferathon one day, but I think that it's more likely now that we would not do co-working. Because I didn't enjoy doing co-working streams, to be honest. I did them because I kind of had to. So I don't know if I would ever choose to do them again. They weren't super fun as far as I was concerned, to be honest. I wasn't super keen on them. Let's see. Oh. Okay. 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 Is this... Yes. Okay. Cool. I know what I'm doing. I swear I know what I'm talking... I was just talking to myself. I was just talking to myself. Brilliant. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I am actually really, really hungry. So I think I would like to wrap up for today, if that's okay. If that's okay. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate it. I can't spell. There we go. Yeah, I need to eat something. Because I had my noodles, my laxa, my noodle soup earlier. I've not had it in a while. I enjoyed it. But that was at like 1 p.m. and it's now 10. It's almost 11 p.m. What? Where did Where did the time go? I could really just sit here and yap for days. What on earth? Goodness gracious, that's wild. That's wild. So here's my thinking for today. Shall we? I think we should go and say hello to Honey, the kawaii bunny. I think that's where we should go today. I think that would be nice. She's doing a subathon. She's doing a subathon. She's playing the longest drive, the long drive right now. Yeah, we should go say hi. Let's go say hi. Let's see. When I work out how to do this, there we go. Yes. So the raid message with the sussy backpacks, the sussy amogus backpacks, is for subs, and the one with the hearts. So this one. Wait. This one is for subs, and this one is for not subs. Yes. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been fun. It's been fun yapping and answering some questions and chatting about some stuff and being interrogated about my vegan ethics. Thank you. It was fun. I will, of course, be streaming again tomorrow. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. We're going to be finishing off that paper. I'm going to probably start at about midday, UK and Ireland time. Maybe as late as 2 p.m. Because I don't want to overlap too much with Z's return stream. But yeah, that's the plan. We're actually going to read it as well. We're not going to sit there and be like, I'm totally reading it. We're going to read it, okay? But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And hopefully I might see you tomorrow. But it's okay if not. Thank you, everybody. Bye. Bye. Bye.